underway and should be here in about a minute.
Well, that's good
Very
news.
good.
Yeah.
Because we are now live. Look at that. And Joseph, you're already throwing the AI magic here. You know, what is you've got the 2, the 3, what is the balloons again? I don't know. So this is, by the way, when you make the peace sign, fantastic for starting a live stream as we start to have people jump in. So hello everybody, and to our speakers that are so excited to be here early, jumping in. They're trying to be very collegiate until industry comes, and we'll get started here in just a few minutes. And one of the things I'm going to encourage is, if you have questions, if you're coming from LinkedIn, you can drop them in via LinkedIn. If you have the live stream link for YouTube, you should be able to leave comments on YouTube. And we'll kick it off in just, we'll say 3 minutes here. We'll give a very hearty welcome to everybody. We'll wait for the live viewer counter to catch up as well, so that we know how many of you are here. And if you want to share the video, you should be able to simply take the YouTube live stream, which is live. So for everybody here, welcome, one and all. While we still have 3 minutes, whilst I have people in the hot seat, favorite AI tool and why? And remember, we're going through our we have a 3 minutes before we get things kicked off. And since I'm the angry man who keeps yelling at the clouds over my property, I will professionally embarrass myself whilst everybody else talks about why everybody who's tuning in is actually here. So Jason, do you want to kick us off, and then I'll give the intro and then hand it back over to you?
It's all yours, Brandon. Why don't you kick this off for us, please?
Oh yeah. Well, remember, we have a couple of minutes before we officially go live, right?
Well,
So,
why don't I just add to your welcome, Brandon? I say welcome everyone too. We are thrilled that you are here. When we were looking over together on those of you attending, we were greatly humbled because so many of you have high levels of position in various companies, vice presidents and upper level managers and so forth. So many of you know a great deal about AI. So we are very humbled to be here and just to be able to share some of the things from our perspective. Some of the presenters like myself, we're coming from an academic perspective, which is different than those of you that are coming from a professional perspective. So we're trying to keep track and get a handle on what's happening in the academic research and what's going on all over the world and what people are publishing and what the latest knowledge is, which of course is changing every minute. But we're just thrilled that you're here and that we can contribute. And thank you, Brandon, for getting us all together.
Oh man, see, Dr. Brown, you've not only do you look professional, but you've also stolen my thunder. So I'm gonna have to brood in the backstage, I think is how it works. So
I could give your thunder back. I'm the oldest representative here in this group, and I think that Brandon took me out of the museum to do an illustration today. He's going to show later. So I'm kind of between the museum world and the academic and the business world. So if it looks like I'm not real, you'll have to figure that out later.
I mean, if I say things strangely or curiously, that's only because I'm a deep fake. For Nahal out there who's over at Netflix, we have this is our secret handshake, right? For those of you who have seen Princess Bride, if there's a 6-fingered man, it's the deep fake. So
I've had dim sum with you though, Brandon, and I don't think deepfake can yet do that.
That give Musk a little bit of time and let's see what can happen. So I think we're right on time, and hello everybody, and especially to our speakers. We have those that are backstage. We have those that are going to be joining us here shortly. I'm very, very excited about this. This is our first Meteor meetup that we're doing. And the purpose and intent of this, Kieran, you're exactly right. Deepfakes don't get wrinkles, but you know, I don't know what that says about your opinion on everybody that's here per se. At least myself, since I'm in the main area. That was a simple demonstration to show that we have a stream of comments that are going to be coming through via YouTube and LinkedIn. We've aggregated and collected a lot of your questions ahead of time. And the goal for today's format is not to do a 24-hour crazy live stream as Intellect Horizon is going to do again in October, because everybody loves sequels, right?
Yes.
I think more specifically, this is a more regular, frequent taster of AI to give the public access to incredible visionaries and leaders globally that are domain experts in technology practice application and academia and industry. Because everybody, as we know, is now an expert. Even my dear grandmother, who's 93, is telling me about how AI works and what I should do, what I shouldn't do. So this gives you a free access opportunity to know, one, who to talk to, two, what emerging trends are, and three, a open invitation to share and to use and to learn everything that is being provided here without cost. I want to note that all of the speakers are doing this for free of charge out of their own generosity and their genuine desire to educate and to elevate humanity with new technology as it comes. You'll see some new faces, some old faces from, well, I don't want to say old period, but old from the last conference as well. And with that said, as part of the kind of ethos and pathos that we have, we want to hand the torch over so there's not one gatekeeper, there's not one bottleneck that is going to inhibit people from participating. So I'm going to hand it over to you, Jason, and I will remove myself from stage, probably banning myself from the process, let you give an overview, introduce the panelists and the speakers, and take it away.
Thank you so much, Brandon, and welcome everybody to this Intellect Horizon Micro-Event as we consider the role of AI for human flourishing and transformational learning. Wait, hold on. We just had a bunch of technical things, so let's get everybody back online. There we go. Got the power crew back on. Okay, again, welcome as we consider AI for human flourishing and transformational learning. We have a wonderful panel here representing academia and industry as we consider this question. Let me just frame it. Introducing myself, my name is Jason Baker. I am a professor and senior technology strategist at Regent University, and we are joined by this illustrious group. And I will allow each one to introduce themselves briefly as we start off. But let's think about this for a second. 4 years ago, a global pandemic rocked the entire world and actually introduced many people to digital education, whether it was fully online or some kind of hybrid or remote education. For some people, it was their first experience of that level of integration of technology and teaching and learning. And candidly, talking to many people, both professors and teachers, parents and students and adults, you had a sense from some that they were looking forward to everything getting back to normal when the pandemic was over. Well, a year and a half ago, the pandemic was clearly in our history. And then OpenAI rolled out ChatGPT and introduced the world to generative artificial intelligence. This was something that had been developed and was being used actively in pockets, but it hadn't gone mainstream. When ChatGPT was released, it went from the laboratory or the experimental stage into the popular culture. And all of a sudden, you had everybody of different ages and perspectives and levels all engaging with generative AI. And that introduced a new normal for us and is radically changing the nature of education. And so our question here really is, how do we ride this wave? How do we use and harness AI for personal learning and growth? From our panel, let me mention each one of them individually. We are joined by Aaron DeFaria from the University of Waterloo, Yang Hai from Microsoft, Joseph Umidi from Regent University, and Matthew Waite from Oxford University. So let's go around the panel and start with a broad introductory question. What is your overall view on the role of AI and education? And let's start with Aaron.
Thank you, Jason. The fact that you're starting with me is going to be kind of interesting because I'm gonna kind of cop out here and be a bit of a fence sitter. I definitely am excited by AI and the applications that it has. I think that there's a lot of exciting applications. I also think that there are some concerns that we need to raise and have conversations about. So a little bit of a balanced view, I suppose. That said, I want to speak to the parts that I'm optimistic about just briefly, and it's that I think AI really does have a tremendous ability to augment our learning and to make sure that as humans, what we're able to contribute is actually multiplied. So there's a multiplier effect I think we can really harness here. And it's really going to be exciting to see how that plays out, first in education and accelerating the development of young people and developing even people who are in industry who have, spent a career figuring out how to kind of learn and harness these technologies in ways that accelerate their learning and their development to perform even better. On the flip side, I think what we need to really realize as well is how do we set up the guardrails? How do we set up a really nice roadmap, I think, for people to understand what the use cases are for themselves and how to actually go forward from there and benefit from this technology.
Excellent. Thank you. Yang Hai, let's turn to you.
Thank you, Jason. I really like the question, actually. So throughout the past discussions that I have had with educators, with students, with parents, I came to realize that using AI tools to equip students, to equip educators, to equip these institutions to do better job is not just like a technological advancement. It's more like a shift in mindset, right? It's a shift of culture. So, for example, like what about bias, right? What about hallucinations? What about social isolations? What about a lot of unforeseen risks that might be coming our way that we cannot imagine right now? So those are the concerns that a lot of people really have, right? I have seen educators across the country going back to using the old methods, having students using a number 2 pencil and a paper for tests and essays, which seems a little bit not quite efficient. But what can we do, right? Well, these are the educators who are using AI tools to design rubrics, to design content, to design course structure. Well, their teaching methods are evolving due to AI. There is still a lack of confidence or reluctance. There is reluctance in facilitating their students to go through the same transformation in their learning. And I have seen people coming my way and say, Yang, if I have had such access to a tool like this, I would utilize to the fullest potential. I might use it for learning and exploration. And some people did admit to me that they might use it for, copy and paste, and they might stop learning from there. And these are why these teachers and educators and why a lot of people are getting concerned, right? And the way that I think about it is, imagine you are taking students on a field trip for survival learning skills, and you give everyone a lighter, right? The lighter can instantly start fires. However, you explicitly forbid the use of the lighter. You say, hey, you can only use stick and stones to start fire, right? Imagine that. So just like all the survival skills have evolved dramatically every day, forbidding students and restrict students to the outdated method not just hampers their skills, but can be negligent. Right? Like I have teacher told me that this is COVID 2.0. This is COVID 2.0 for us. We don't have the skills. We don't have the knowledge. The students are running us over. Oh my God, what should we do? What should we do? Right? And these are the concerns. And if you have that kind of concerns, think about the story that I have told about the field trip, right? We need to make sure we equip the students with the skills they need for the digital era as a responsible citizenship, right? Digital citizenship here. So remember that remember you are an AI-powered teacher. You are an AI-empowered teacher. You are here to empower the students to learn. You are here to teach them how to use AI responsibly. You are here to teach them how to prompt, how to detect hallucinations. And your role has never been so important, right? That's my overview here. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you. Joseph, you've seen lots of transformation during your time coaching, teaching in higher education and with leaders. What is your take on the role of AI in education?
I've always been kind of an outlier, Jason, in the sense that, I'm an academic, but I brought in a transformational process that's a tailor-made approach to learning. It's not a one-size-fits-all. That's what mentoring and coaching does. And so there's been a cultural resistance in higher education because you've got administration issues and you got all kinds of finance issues. So you just want to have a class that all fits in kind of the same thing. What I love about AI is really the potential for individualized learning, platforms, feedback, assessment that wasn't available before. Using my techniques of kind of traditional conversation and feedback and reflection, as good as that is, with AI, I believe we can get that same and more using the technology in a way that really makes for personalized learning and I think accelerated growth. I'm excited about it.
Thank you, Joseph. Matthew, Oxford is the epitome of historic higher education. What is your take on this latest technology?
Thanks very much. So I start with the absolute admission that I am not an expert in AI. I'm long in the tooth, and most of my 38 years in this role has been in the absence of AI, and for a long time was without even kind of automated library catalogs and the internet. So I'm a real dinosaur. So I've come to this very late in my career that doesn't make me any less excited about it. I take the points that have been made by colleagues. I think they were all very, very good points. I think that the thing I would say is that when we think about, your question was around AI and education, and we've started from a presumption to some extent that that education is institutionalized and it happens in an institutional context, and institutional contexts have infrastructure costs associated with them and a whole load of baggage that go with them wherever you're working. But if you think about education more generally, education is about the acquisition of knowledge, it's about the acquisition of skills, it's about the challenging of beliefs, it's about the formation of habits. It can happen in formal and informal settings. People can become, and many people have over the years, been autodidacts. They've developed their understanding of the world around them without institutional engagement or support. And it's there to develop cognitive abilities, critical thinking, ethical reasoning, and social skills, right? So one of the ways in which I come to it is thinking about how can AI complement, support, address, engage with those various domains of what I understand to be education. And I think it has extraordinary potential in a number of those areas. And one of two I'll just pick out because I'm sure we'll develop these in our conversation as we move on. And I'm excluding from my conversation at the moment issues of access and internet poverty and those issues, which I think are very real and things we need to think about. One of them is that I think that we have the potential through AI to enable learners and their instructors, if they have instructors or teachers involved with them in their engagement with AI, the opportunity for people to think differently about knowledge that they acquire, and to focus our attention much more on epistemology, which is really critical in the 21st century. How do we know what we know? How are we able to learn how to evaluate the knowledge that we are accessing? And I think AI, because it is a mechanism or a method or a domain in which the veracity, the reliability, the validity of what it is that we're learning is currently without peer review, which is a standard way in which we understand, as it were, the validity of the knowledge we're getting from books. We're not there yet to understand how we can do that. I think the potential to allow human beings in their creative imagination and their curiosity to park some of the more, I won't call it pedestrian, I don't mean that negatively, that bit of learning which is about acquiring knowledge, stuff that you can get, but to focus our attention as human beings on the critical evaluation of the stuff, to think obliquely, laterally, horizontally across different domains of knowledge through the use of a new technology. And I end, it's really exciting. And I just end by thinking and really believing that, you know, the printed book at the beginning of the 16th century was a revolution in learning. You know, to have vernacular texts, not the as it were, not just within the gift of the priests, if you like, or the holy people who had access, certainly in the Western liberal tradition and the holy tradition, to the Bible and its original manuscript forms, and to sermonize and people to learn from the great, if you like, and the learned people, but to be able to learn from their own sources. This is doing the same thing 500 years later. It really is, 500 years, half a millennium later, we've got the greatest revolution in learning technology that we've ever seen. And we would never go back and say, well, people did say the book was dangerous, didn't they? How are we going to stop people? It didn't stop people. What it did was it created the opportunities for the last 500 years, good or bad, to take flight. And I think that if we address the ethical and other concerns and epistemological concerns, then we've got the opportunity for the next 500 years to be as extraordinary as the last 500 have been. So I suppose that's rather a long-winded introduction to what I think it can do.
No, it's fantastic. One of the things I really appreciate about that answer, Matthew, is recognizing that a book is technology.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's been said that technology is anything that was invented after you were born. And I think that's sort of the way we see it. If it was around when we came into the world, we don't see it as technology. It's just the world. It's the stuff around us. It's the new things that are developed that we identify as technology. But you're right. The book was not without controversy. And, go back, dig up through your Plato, you can find arguments about whether books are actually a good thing. I'd like also, let's pivot on this idea of stepping away from institutions for a second. The co-moniker, like co-pilot, co-intelligence, co-tutor, that seems to be popularized with generative AI use. The idea that this technology will come alongside of us, or we can bring it alongside of us to help us with the experience. So with that, I mean, can AI augment human intelligence? Can we get smarter by using AI? And I'll throw it out to the panel, whoever wants to jump on this one.
Well, I'll just jump in real quick and say it's not how intelligent you are, but how are you intelligent? And so in one sense, we have to increase our relational, emotional, conversational, cultural intelligence while we're increasing our artificial intelligence. Because AI can come alongside, but only if on this side of the intelligence, we're actually doing intentional things to increase reflection, increase wisdom, increase the ability to be more critical in our thinking. And so I see the AI explosion as a need for a transformational intelligence explosion in those other areas. Simultaneously, you can come alongside, but if we don't increase on the other side, we're going to have a problem.
Yeah, those are some really good points, Joseph. I believe that AI can augment our capabilities in many different ways, but it doesn't make us smarter in a traditional sense, right? It serves more like an extension of our cognitive abilities, helping us with calculations, data analysis, all of those things that can help us to improve efficiency, have greater productivity. So that kind of makes it look like the intelligence is increased. I actually have a very interesting example that recently happened to me. So my niece just had a baby, right? She just became a mother. And I was helping her to get a babysitter. So I was interviewing a bunch of people, and this young lady caught my attention particularly. Her name is Jenna, which is a code name. So she told me that she did not have a high school diploma. And she told me that's because of the pandemic. Her school got shut down, and she was very stressed about it. And she had a lot of challenges looking for a job because she doesn't really have that diploma. And okay, so as a woman myself, I offered to help her. So I asked, what kind of job do you want to do? So she told me, I want to be around kids, right? If I can become a teacher for children, that will be awesome. So I said, sure. I pulled out Copilot. Like Jason just mentioned, it's my everyday AI companion, obviously. So I asked Copilot, I want to find a position as a teacher in a preschool or some similar institution. So what are the prerequisites that I should have? And Copilot told me a bunch of things. However, the high school diploma degree is still becoming a problem. So Jenna was a little bit disappointed. I said, no worries, let's continue. So I kept asking Copilot and say, hey, I do not really have a high school diploma, and what are the other remote programs I can take, because I need to work in the daytime and I have to support myself financially. And Copilot returned a bunch of programs. And not only that, Copilot also sent like a list of the financial support options that she could consider. And all of these programs can be done remotely and can be completed in about 1 to 2 years, which is acceptable for Jenna. So not only that, Jenna figured out how to use Copilot to support herself emotionally, right? To provide some comfort for her emotional health. So this story is very fulfilling for myself, because by helping Jenna, I get to understand that we need to really integrate that kind of spirit of leveraging AI in our everyday life, right? Because it helps you to meet where you are. It helps you to be a good person or a more responsible person, and it helps you to learn faster. It helps you to connect the gaps, right? Connect you between yourself and your goals. So that's the power of it. And that's why I feel like, AI can maybe augment your intelligence in many different ways, as long as you figure out how to use it responsibly and use it smartly. Thank you.
Isn't it possible I hear stories like this, which are amazing, and yet there's a concern, especially when you see generations of people that are wedded to their phones. Like the example that you offer, Young, actually it strengthened the relationship among people as well as leveraging the AI. Isn't it possible that if we use AI the way that some of the advocates are saying, that we're actually going to sort of pull away from people and be both less knowledgeable and less engaged socially with one another?
That's a really good point. I believe it depends on how you use it, right? Especially with the younger generation, educators, parents, and people around them really need to coach them properly and lead them in the way so that they can use AI responsibly and set the guardrail, right? So that they know where they can refer to AI and where they should use their own thinking. Because the way that I think about it is AI can free up a lot of capacity of yours so that you can focus more on higher level thinking perspectives. And that's the beauty part of it.
Can I just add to that, Jason? I think it's a very good point. I mean, just speaking based on conversations I've had with colleagues at Oxford, which of course has a very distinctive tutorial structure for its undergraduate teaching. I mean, it has lectures, classes, seminars, labs, the whole thing. But just as Harvard uses the Socratic method and other higher education institutions use different methodologies that they're known for, one of the things that has excited some of the colleagues I've spoken to is where they use AI as a prompt for those face-to-face discussions. So putting in prompts, using that as the basis for a face-to-face discussion between people about what they think about the answer that has been generated, and engaging in what might be a higher level or at least a different level of critique, and understanding why might it have pulled that. A good example would be, and you just put it out there, and it's something, again, we might come back to later, the data scraping, or whatever the technical term is, that it's bringing all of this knowledge from, is, I suspect currently, and I may be corrected on this, but I think this is right, is largely from content which has been obviously generated from those parts of the world and those economies where there is a lot of input into digital data, which means that there are large parts of the world which don't have access to, or are less represented in that data set to contribute. So you can put in questions in English literature or in history, and have those as an initial prompt about, let's just say it said, what's the meaning of revolution? I'll just take that out there. Or, what is feminism, or something like that. Generate an AI generated response, and then a good tutor involved in that will be able to say, right, okay, what is it not sharing with us? What are the gaps here? What is the framing that you are seeing here? What are the parameters that seem to determine, as it were, the output? Now, if you are really starting to think critically about that, you're doing some really good learning. That creates a really exciting opportunity. It does then raise the question of the autodidact who's using that without an educational infrastructure, if you like, or without a supportive, either informed peer-led group, or through people who have been trained to think critically about the output. So I think there's a kind of meta level there which is still not there yet. But I think that is something that is exciting in the way which it can augment us by making us, or forcing us, to think more critically about the information that we are getting. Yeah.
Thanks. Aaron, have you seen some like educational versions of Copilot or equivalents that you think that people should be looking into?
I think there's a number of platforms and educational equivalents out there. One that particularly stood out to me was, it was featured in a TED Talk actually by Saul Khan from the Khan Academy. This isn't to give a corporate plug, but what I found really interesting about what they're doing over at Khan Academy is they're approaching AI from a way of looking at what's deemed the 2 sigma problem. So actually, in the world of education, back to your 2 questions ago, thinking about the word right? Giving everybody who's learning, who is in that learner's chair, a personalized tutor. Imagine a world where 30-to-1 classrooms, student to teacher, all become 1-to-1 in terms of tutor student. It's really incredible, because what you're doing is you're creating bespoke learning experiences for students, which allows them to learn and develop at their own rate. That's extremely exciting to me. And I think this is an application that also goes beyond the classroom. So also speaking to what we're talking about here with respect to critical thinking and use of AI, I often think of the lonely roles in organizations. What I mean by lonely roles is somebody who's in a seat in an organization but has no counterpart. A CEO is an easy example, but there are other chairs in organizations where somebody's sitting alone. AI gives them a companion, and the companion isn't there to tell them what to do, but it should be there as a gut check. It's a way to get another opinion. It's a way to get another informed decision. But the critical piece, back to what Matthew just said, is being able to look at the AI output and say, how do I feel about this? Where are the blind spots? And do I feel confident in my direction more, or in this AI direction? It just gives us more information to act on, which is beneficial. It helps inform us, but it's not there to be a crutch. That's one thing that I would emphasize.
Thanks, Aaron. The lonely jobs, I thought was really interesting. Those roles where you don't get a lot of opportunity for feedback. Joseph, you do a lot of coaching in the leadership domain. What role do you see AI playing in terms of providing that coaching, that feedback, particularly, as Aaron said, to those positions or people who don't have that opportunity on a regular basis?
Well, I'm big on community, and what I am hoping to see is people that understand that community really creates resiliency, and it also overcomes not just the loneliness at the top in those lonely seats, but the loneliness that's been generated in a post-COVID, pre-COVID, during COVID, and now even just iPhone or smartphone technology. There's so many lonely students, so much mental health issues, and so much suicide ideation that we're all facing, especially in the West, that the community is a big answer. So my passion is to make sure that I can insert in every organization as much as possible, kind of a leadership coach who can bring around those places community conversations using technology, using data, but having the conversation. The conversations, I train 1,700 staff at my university to help students move quickly from I feel like I'm a number to I feel like I'm a name. And that conversational training was part of the formula for increasing our retention rate from 88 to like 92 or 93%, which is a lot of millions of dollars of saving at a university. And it's all around the ability to train leaders to have the kind of conversations with their peers and create a culture of honoring conversation. So I'm excited about the fact that I thought maybe my job description was fading out, but now I realize with the explosion of AI, people like me may be more necessary than ever to take care of loneliness at the beginning of the student's career and loneliness as an alumnus at the top in some organization.
Can I mean, that's such a really good point, isn't it? But one of the not a but, an and. We should never start with a but. And one of the things that I've noticed, and I have yet to see an application that does this, and I'm sure this will come, is that one of the constraints of ChatGPT at the moment is that it is very bilateral. Here I am, I'm the inputter, and it produces its output for me. And that personalization is fantastic. But so far, I haven't seen anything where you could create, as it were, a kind of Teams meeting with AI in it for a group of people engaging with it as human beings in community, with AI as an interlocutor, if you like, to facilitate group discussion. And I think that would be really exciting for people, because I think you're right about the loneliness point and the loneliness and the people who are, even when they are in institutional settings, it's quite often the case that you might in a module in a higher level course only 10-20% of your learning time be, as it were, in organized learning time with others, the remainder being self-directed learning. So that self-directed learning time can be massively amplified, I think, by AI. But how amazing would it be if that you could actually have that be also part of continued group discussion, so that you are talking to other human beings and the AI contributor and engaging with it as a participant in a group discussion. Then you've got something where you are, killing two birds with one stone, in a sense, and that would be a really exciting development, I think, for education.
Let me bring in Yang on this one. What do you see the role, in Microsoft and beyond for this kind of community social group engagement, so that interaction with AI is not simply an isolated you and the machine experience?
Jason, I love that question. And I agree with what Masood just mentioned. This Professor Masood's a great point there. Actually, let's think about it, Jason. Let's use a very simple function of generative AI, what it can provide, right? Content translation, for example. And that translation ability, with that, you are able to communicate with people from worldwide. right? The language barrier is significantly reduced because of that. And if you are able to use AI companion fluently, and you use it in your everyday, you will be able to communicate with different people from different language and culture setting background, right? This is a very simple function of what Gen AI can do, and a lot of AI tools can do. And do you think that's going to not increase social isolation? No, right? That's going to benefit the human interactions, and that will increase your interactions actually in your everyday. That's the exciting part. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you so much. So one of the things this idea of crossing cultures, there is a concern that these systems have bias built into them. They're using data sets that are often predominantly English and represent very specific aspects of internet culture. So what are some of these issues of bias? What are some of the ethical issues of engaging AI in education? Again, anybody from the panel is welcome to jump on this one.
Well, my wife does a lot of work in orality cultures, people that pass on wisdom through storytelling and so forth. And I'm excited that AI has the potential to really capture storytelling traditions and digitizing and archiving a lot of those. So it's not just a digital culture based on books or academics, but it's a digitizing of what has traditionally been a generational way to raise up a family and contain have a flourishing culture in many parts of the world. So I'm assuming that whatever work has been done in the past is going to be accelerated through AI because of how important that part of learning is to most of the world.
Matthew, I think you had something you wanted to jump in on.
No, I think I was probably going to say very much the same. I mean, I think that point that was made around the fact that we've got and Seppi will be on the next will be on the next panel, talking about language and the technology that she's been developing. But I think that is really exciting. The potential that people who don't have competency in a particular language are able to join a conversation with other people is massively exciting. But that does come back down to this. I was reading last week. This week just gone. I was at an event in Singapore giving a talk about global challenges in equitable access to lifelong learning. And one of the things that was really interesting was data from the International Telecommunications Union, which monitors these things, and pointing out that the UN benchmark for the cost of access to the internet is supposed to be no more than 2% of GNI, and in Europe and in North America, it's about 1.5% is the average, and in low-income economies largely in sub-Saharan Africa and in many developing economies, it's up to 30% for kind of entry-level broadband access. You've got real disparities there. So one of the challenges is, I think, we're very excited in my university about thinking through our digital transformation strategy and our digital education strategy about creating rich content, rich resource, and thinking about how we can use all of these technologies. But we have to think, as it were, about the end user. If this is going to have a democratizing effect and level the playing field and raise opportunities, if you like, and provide as many opportunities, we've got to think very, very carefully about the relationship between the abstract concept pedagogically and the reality of access for people for whom that may not be a reality yet. And the danger is the lag, because technology will always move ahead of the economies, if you like. And those people who might very well benefit most from the opportunities that this creates, because for whatever reason they may have been left behind, we need to bring them to the same space in order to be able to be on this journey together. Otherwise, that chasm could increase, and that could reinforce the biases and reinforce the challenge. So I think the relationship between the private sector, between providers, between those people who are providing the content, as it were, the technology, to enable this to work and to reach people, quite apart from any inherent biases there might be around, as you said, Joseph, about oral traditions and different cultures and ways of seeing, we need to really bear that in mind when we're thinking about the potential for AI, is its infrastructural demands, and that doesn't get left behind in the conversation, because otherwise we'll just become, those of us who have will have more, and those who have less will be potentially left behind, and that will be exponential because of the growth of this in such a short time.
Yes, Aaron, what role do you think that educators should play to help ensure that this technology actually closes gaps between people and brings people together rather than reinforcing these existing biases? I mean, we're not those people right now that are building all of the machines, building all of the technologies. Young maybe, but you and I aren't. So, what is the role of the educator, the teacher, to help promote ethical use of AI?
I think, and we'll go way back to something Young said earlier on with the note that she made about this being a really dramatic cultural shift. And the one element that I'll add to that, if I may, is that it feels like with technologies, a lot of times the way the educational world works is, great, there's a new technology. Let's build a set of rules, processes, let's design a whole structure around it, then let's get ready to use it. What I'm fearful about with AI is that if we design those rules, structure, and everything, that there are two problems I fear may come from this. The first is that it actually encourages bad actors to perhaps step in and use AI, maybe unintentionally bad actors as well, to use AI in ways that maybe are not as productive for society. I think we need to just partially be a little fearless here, jump in and start encouraging the use of AI and acknowledge to each other, hey, this is going to be a little messy. And it's going to be messy, but we're going to figure it out. So as we go along, we will develop those rules, those structure. I think the other thing here is we need to sometimes slow down before we can speed up. And what I mean by this is, and it might sound counterintuitive with me saying we need to jump in, but what I mean is we need to look at what's fundamental here. So it's not just about using the technology. It's about acknowledging that if we're going to use the technology, we need to complement that with ethical courses, with courses on proper use, on fundamental use. Young mentioned again, just stealing from you right now, people going back to like number 2 pencils. Well, that's a bit of what we need to do here with AI, maybe, is getting down to a pen and paper approach and saying, on a test question, write me a really effective prompt to receive an outcome like this, right? Start challenging people to think analytically, to think critically, using some of those fundamental tools that we have available to us, but that still power the AI supported learning. And that's that connection by going back to pen and paper, but writing a prompt for AI.
That's such a great point. I mean, I'm sure colleagues on here who teach and we all do this. We know, I mean, certainly my experience, that you have done your job as a teacher, not when a student can answer a question, but when they ask a question that they could not have asked if they hadn't understood, right? Because that demonstrates the moment of synthesis and the moment beyond, as it were, the knowledge that they've gained. And that's really, really critical. So to the extent that what you've just said, Joseph, about, oh, sorry, was it Aaron or was it Joseph who said that? I'm sorry, I missed
Aaron.
it.
It was Aaron.
Yeah, Aaron, sorry. On that point is that the prompting, how do you ask your question? What is the right question to ask? How do you evaluate the answer that you get to the question that you frame? Is that second level of critical engagement with any topic, which is so exciting here. And we don't often, on the whole, I think, as teachers, spend our lessons teaching people about how to ask questions. it's not always the focus of our work, but to the extent that this is a technology that can integrate that into a pedagogical toolkit, if you like, then that's really exciting, I think.
Yeah, my research on questions, I've discovered that, of course, a lot of students don't know the why. They just know the what. They don't really have clarification of values or maybe the purpose that they're called to, their mission, and the perspective it takes through questions to get there. So I'm all over training people how to ask more and better questions, whether it's AI or whether it's life. I think is the key to personal growth and flourishing.
Yang, you want to add your perspective on that, please?
Yeah, I actually have just a couple of days ago, I had a very interesting conversation with a couple of engineering professors from a leading engineering school. And we are talking about the changes right now, right? We are observing that in the interviews right now, whether for interviews for school, interview for work, we are starting to get questions around how you are going to use AI to code. Like, for example, you go to give a coding question or design question to say, hey, imagine that you have GitHub Copilot or another AI companion. How are you going to frame your questions so that it can generate the answer that we need? And what's the logic behind that? So you see, like, the questions are starting to change. So that's why in schools, in our discussions, we are thinking how we can change our teaching method so that people can learn how to frame their questions while at the same time leveraging all of these great tools that we are having right now. And I always like to think about this way, right? Imagine you are a car driver, like you are a race car driver, right? When you need to master one circuit at the same time, you need to understand all of the diversity of different kinds of circuits and tracks at the same time. Right, that's the adaptation and the skills that we need to have when we are dealing with AI, because cars cannot adjust its course in the middle race, right? But human can, just like AI probably does not have that reflective oversight, but we can. So that's why in our everyday interaction, whether dealing with bias, whether dealing with bad actors, all of these concerns, we need to make sure we always stay there. We always use our human metacognitive oversight to make sure that we are on the right track as much as we can. Thank you.
There's just on that, a very good example was that one of the things I love is having these images that you can put into handouts and things like that, where you're generating those through ChatGPT, through the visualization. One of the things I noticed quite often is that if I put in fact, this happened the other day, I said, can you create an image of a group of scientists doing a lab experiment, right? Because I was coming up with something about how we might be able to use this. Every single face was Caucasian in the group that it generated, and it was a man who was the scientist, right, demonstrating. Now, that was its response to my unstructured input. So what I would need to do is, at the moment, is simply to require it to create an image. At the moment, I would need to, as far as I can tell, produce an image of an ethnically diverse group and gender diverse group of students, and make no assumptions about the gender and ethnicity of the participants in this when you create the image. Now, that creates a really interesting question and dialogue, doesn't it, for me as an inputter? Because if I generate an image, it should be forcing me to think, what's wrong with this scene? But also making me think, wow, okay, the right question to ask, and the thing that it should generate for me is an inquiry into the assumptions that it is currently making, and that I then need to engage in a dialogue to redress the imbalance that is being produced by that output. And that, again, creates this potential for quite progressive dialogue, I think. But that will require, again, quite a lot of training, but it requires human mind still, which is what we're trying to do. It should be a dialogue, and generative AI is about generating productive dialogue between human mind, human intelligence, and artificial intelligence, isn't it?
I just have one point on that, and that is, if we outsource or kind of relinquish our own creativity totally to AI, that's going to have some consequences. Because I'm a photographer wannabe, and when I see what they're doing with AI photography, it's like, what's the use? But I want to develop my craft in my personal creativity, and I don't want the AI creativity to give me a mindset that somehow I can't compete with that. So I think students need to know that they are creative. It's just that they can find more creativity in images just by putting in prompts.
So we've had a lot of these discussions about the potential good use of this, and we've heard a number of things about cautions. If you're a student, a parent, a teacher, a worker, somebody who now wants, you've heard this, they're excited. Now, what do I do next? What is the next step? In our final 5 minutes, we'll go around the panel. What is the one thing you would tell the person to do next? Is there a particular tool, experience? What should somebody do next who is interested in leveraging AI for personal learning and growth?
Should I just kick that off, Jason?
Please do. That would be great.
All
Thanks,
right.
Darren.
I'll jump in and just say I would say before even arriving at a question about what tools do I use, this and that, I would say pare it back to the fundamentals. Why am I going to use AI? What am I going to use it for? Or who am I deciding for if you're a parent? What are they going to use it for? And then start to ask yourselves, what are the guardrails that I might need to put in place? What are the things that I need to be aware of? Just ask those fundamental questions and then prepare yourself to dive in based on a learning plan you develop that caters itself to the answers that you gave to those questions. That's the important thing. AI is really broad. So if you overwhelm yourself by saying, I just need to learn AI, you're going to spend a lot of time, one, learning a lot of things that you maybe don't need to know, but two is that you're going to get overwhelmed very quickly. So figure out what you need to know and build your plan from there.
I would say at the moment, AI, ChatGPT, the most commonly used one is a textbook, effectively. If you're thinking about teaching, it's more of a textbook than a monograph. And one of the reasons why we read particular authors is because we want to know what that particular human being thinks about this particular topic. If you can go into ChatGPT and say, what did Aristotle say about X? But if you want to, at the moment, if you want to ask something which you're getting knowledge from it, it's going to be synthesizing a vast range of material out there. At the moment, it can't produce, it's not, as it were, a single author. It's not a single voice. It's a composite voice. And so I think if I was going to say one thing to a student, it's that we need to think about the relationship, as it were, different outputs and different sources. And at the moment, you might get, as it were, really, really interesting textbook or really knowledgeable data set from this input. But it is still important to read the thinkers on this stuff, the human beings who have thought about this. And that complements, if you like, the vast sort of synthetic output that you will get from putting in certain kinds of prompts into ChatGPT. And don't forget the extraordinary contributions that individual human beings, with their experience of having lived a life in community with other humans and living in a biosphere of real experience, bring to their particular experience of intellectual and academic and other problems. Just be mindful of that.
That's a good point. And I would suggest to turn it into your daily habit, right? Pick a tool, AI tool that you can access, whether it's ChatGPT, whether it's Copilot, whether it's something else. Turn it into your habit, depending on which profession you are at. Use it every day. Start learning to keep focus on high-level thinking and start delegating, right? And then you will see how magic is happening. Thank you.
I always see the business world as a live or die situation. If you can't stay up to date, you can't be in business. And so educators like us, we don't have that urgency. So I would learn from the business world what they are doing to have authentic connections with customers and clients and how they're entrepreneuring and being successful. That's the future innovation for the jobs for our students, and they need to think entrepreneurially with AI, not just intellectually. So somehow I would bring the business stories in to our kids, to our families, as kind of the front line of what can be done with AI, and then partnering with education in that as well.
Excellent. Thank you, everybody. I think one of the really interesting things that comes out of this panel is a recognition that to use this effectively, we need to step back. We need to think, why are we using it? And how can we use this effectively? We need to be thinking about this in both personal and individual use cases, but also in community, in relationship with one another, and not seeing it as simply a you plus the AI system, but looking for opportunities to leverage this in relational and community settings. And I think that's one of the things that probably doesn't get as much attention. So I'm really thankful that everybody brought that out, because human flourishing and transformational learning experiences, even for an autodidactic experience, even if you're learning by yourself, you are learning within a context, and you are learning from those who have come before, and you are applying it within your relational community. And I'm just so thankful that everyone in this panel sees that it's not just about the tools. We absolutely need to use them. As Yang said, the best way of doing that is just pick one and start using it. Stop worrying about it, stop panicking or talking about it, just get in, pick something and start doing it. But do it reflectively, do it with thought, and do it in relationship, and look for opportunities to connect that experience with each other. So again, let me thank our panelists, Matthew Waite from Oxford University, Yang Hai from Microsoft Education, Joseph Umidi from Regent University, Aaron DeFaria from the University of Waterloo. It has been a delight to engage with each one of you. Let's continue this conversation, both offline and perhaps even online in the future. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for having us.
Great. Loved it.
Bye.
And welcome
You
our
caught me with
fearless
my
leader.
hand exposed. Sorry.
So what are your
Jason,
thoughts
carry
on this,
on.
Brandon?
You know, I'm really excited. What I can tell everybody as I'm manically posting on LinkedIn is that we managed to break the LinkedIn messaging system. So very good and congratulations. I think, you know, the approach that everybody has is from the speakers is this technology is an inevitability. It's going to be coming. We have to be ready for it. And we can't be the ostrich that sticks our head in the sand right now. You know, this is something that we have to adapt, and we need to go in eyes wide open more so than anything else. I will, just from a statistics standpoint, I will say that, you know, we have probably higher concurrent engagement in a start off from our original Intellect Horizon kind of ramp and launch. So for those that are on, thank you. And we are working, I'm creating a Google Doc madly in the background to make sure that we can get questions that has your face on it and all of the comments that you're leaving. So again, if you are watching, send them to me or post them on the event, because LinkedIn doesn't, since it's not a LinkedIn Live event, it's tied to YouTube. It's not driving the comments through our system. So it's a more manual process. But that's what I've got for you, Jason.
Excellent. Thank you, Brandon. Well, let's turn the floor over to Christopher Royals from Cloudera, who's going to offer some practical tips about really how to democratize this, how to engage this technology yourself within your professional experience. Brandon, would you like to stream that out?
I will. And we'll remove ourselves from stage.
Hello, it's a pleasure to join you today. Chris Royals. I've got an academic background in artificial intelligence, and I work at Cloudera as their EMEA CTO. What this does is it gives me time to spend with customers across many industries and many regions. And I enjoy that diversity and understanding how enterprises and organizations use data in order to generate value and use artificial intelligence in order to make it more accessible. At Cloudera, we deeply believe that making data and analytics accessible to all should be our joint mission. I had the fortune recently to speak at my children's school. I met with 6 classes, age ranges from year 4 to year 6, and we discussed how data is used today in the modern world. As part of this activity and as a gift to everybody on the call, Cloudera has created a book that's accessible to children. We suggest the age range 8 to 12, and it enables them to learn how to collect data and create statistics in order to help their fellow children build, if you like, retail stores and have fun at school using data and data analytics to generate new insights into what people's preference is. Please take a look at freshsqueezekids.com. You can download this digital book, and you can also download the lesson plans that go with it that you can run at your local schools. It's difficult to get across modern AI and data to such a younger generation and make it accessible to them, especially when they don't have access to systems like generative AI and AI applications that are typically firewalled at the age of 13 and above for the right reasons. So this gives them access to something interesting and entertaining for themselves, and they can also explore it at their own pace. The other thing I would like to direct you to is Cloudera works very much in open communities with open source and open standards. If you go to Cloudera, Git, and search for our applied ML apps, AMP, so Cloudera, Git, AMP, you will find our applied machine learning prototype catalog. This catalog is a publication from Cloudera under open licenses where you can see the code and resources used to build a wide range of applications. Applications that augment AI with content, that integrate with foundation models such as those provided by Amazon Bedrock, that integrate with services like Pinecone for storing embeddings and vectors, and for learning how to fine-tune a large language model at scale so you can tailor it to a specific set of tasks. And we believe that working in that open community, we can help, in a small part, drive greater innovation in this space. So a brief history of what we've done and where we've been. Cloudera has been on a journey over the last 15 years from when we were founded in 2008. The premise was, how do we take technology that will help us store and manage vast amounts of data? In simple terms, how do we store and search the entire internet? And from those foundations, we built a monolithic application, at that time called Cloudera, the Cloudera Data Hub. Over time, technology evolved. Virtual machines came into play. And so we separated our architecture into processing data and storing data so you could independently scale these 2 layers of your architecture. Then, more modern cloud-oriented computing, containerization came about. And containerization enabled us to think in terms of elasticity in cloud-native workloads and bringing cloud qualities to managing large volumes of data at scale. It also allowed us to bring qualities of cloud such as ease of use and workload isolation. And where we are today is we provide a data fabric in a cloud-native way across multiple clouds and on-premise to allow the largest enterprises on the planet to store and manage all of their data, but then bring that vast volume of data to as many people within their enterprise as possible to help drive greater efficiencies and greater data literacy across large-scale businesses and organizations. So looking into the future, the trends we see in industry are explosions in data volume, and that pace is accelerating exponentially. We need to stay ahead of it. I'll talk briefly on that subject in a moment. The storing and managing a vast amount of data is kind of solved. You can put it on the cloud today. You can store terabytes of data under your desk at work. That's not necessarily a hard problem anymore. The harder problem is bringing a larger volume of people to a vast amount of data such that they become productive through data-driven insights and data literate at scale. That human-computer interface, if you like. Also, we work as an international business, so regulations change and people need to store and manage data where it's born or where it has to sit due to regulation. So this means it's important to store data on-premise and also on the cloud and enable flexibility in terms of where workloads are run. In some regulated industries, terms like stressed exit means you must be able to run a workload in a very resilient and durable way, say on cloud. You must have a plan and a practical application in terms of how you're going to bring that workload and data to a different location if required, under stress and under pressure. So we help organizations do that and feel comfortable in doing that and be confident in reducing the risks in doing that. And today, more organizations are approaching us to say, how do we take our enterprise data that with Cloudera, we've spent decades bringing together, organizing, and making a quality set of information. And it's got, if you like, proprietary information unique to our business and helps us run and operate our business 24/7 at massive scale. How do we do more? How do we automate? How do we help our employees do better at their task? How do we bring artificial intelligence in to augment our business and our employees? Now, talking about that data volume problem, don't necessarily worry about the left-hand number. This is the number of zettabytes predicted in terms of globally, all data collected, copied, stored, managed, shared, collaborated upon. It's not the volume, it's the rate at which it's growing that's the challenge. And I've put a few white lines on this. The first white line, which goes horizontal almost, is the line at which we were implementing storage capability. Technologies like erasure coding came about, been around quite a while now, but doing that at scale to manage data in a way where it doesn't need to be replicated as much, but can still generate a high level of durability and resilience. But data kept on growing. We had to stay ahead of that curve. So we brought in a technology into our portfolio called Apache Ozone. Apache Ozone allows you to store more data on less servers. Instead of 100 terabytes per server, I can store 500 terabytes per server. But that's not enough. I want to also reduce the copies of data to make it operationally easier to manage. So technologies like Apache Iceberg, which is a standard table format, contributed to by both Netflix and Apple as examples. That technology enables us to think about how we build lakehouses, the combination of data lakes and warehouses to store and manage data both in raw form and more curated forms without having lots of copies of the same data to achieve all those different types of use case. So by consolidating and stacking these resources, storage, erasure coding on Apache Ozone using Apache Iceberg as a table format helps you stay ahead of that data growth curve. Also, storage is kind of boring. This is what it used to look like. We'd copy the data 3 times, 100 terabytes per server, as mentioned before. You start to think about some of the math in terms of the carbon footprint of that. It can get big really fast. So the future is store the data in Iceberg on Ozone, where I could store between 400 and 500 terabytes a server, and it has a meaningful impact. The floor plate in my data center, the carbon footprint of that hardware resource is now reduced by 6 times. And that can have a dramatic impact on an enterprise business managing vast amounts of data at scale. We also commit and contribute and donate into the open source community as a member of the Apache Foundation. We have over 200 Apache committers in terms of engineers. We have 65 program management seats across 33 projects that we manage. Actually, 22 projects have program management seats, and we have over 33 open source projects within our distribution of our technology called the Cloudera Data Platform. And if I think about where we're spending our time, that vision, if you like, of where we're going to lay our bets and invest, it's enabling modern data architectures, helping scale, but also bringing more people to data and making it more accessible, making data analytics accessible to more, enabling organizations to choose where they store and manage their data, as well as run their workloads, and make that portable and flexible, and then help accelerate the enterprise journey to artificial intelligence. So focusing on modern data architectures, we have that lakehouse using Apache Iceberg technology, which is the blend of both a data lake and warehouse, and enables the enterprise to apply more use cases to their data with less copies of data. Data mesh is how you organize your business around data, democratizing it more broadly, delegating ownership to domains, providing consistent federated security and governance, and helping organizations build data products through self-service of the tools they need to do so. It's a paradigm with a series of principles. Then the data fabric is the architecture against which you build in order to deliver the technology at scale in a multi-cloud hybrid way, using lakehouse technology to drive greater efficiency. The hybrid data platform enables us to deploy on Amazon, Azure, and Google today in a cloud-native form and on-premise in an organization's data center. This enables us to achieve things like sovereign cloud capabilities across Europe, but it also allows us to bridge that private-public boundary and really make hybrid easy for an organization to do at scale. We've also announced recently our enterprise AI ecosystem, that combination of AWS Bedrock for foundation models and direct integration with those foundation models, the use of technologies like Pinecone for storing your vectors and embeddings for large language models, so you can augment them using retrieval augmented generation as a pattern, as an architecture within your business at scale. And then NVIDIA, both their hardware and software, to help you deploy models at scale with high resilience and durability, but also driving greater efficiency in how those models are served. So we drive down the resource, the cost, and the footprint of running those models at scale. At Cloudera, we're focused on bringing together that enterprise AI vision and working towards helping organizations build artificial intelligence applications with Cloudera, while also building artificial intelligence into Cloudera to make the practitioner's job easier and make the operational costs lower. This is what the Cloudera Data Platform looks like on Amazon, Azure, Google, and on-premise in your data center. And it's done this way to make it easy to use and to train across your enterprise. As examples, we work with organizations like financial services, OCBC Bank in Singapore. They use our technology to augment their development team to help them develop generative AI applications faster and more consistently. They then take those hundreds of developers and augment them to make their pool of capability larger and drive greater efficiency in their resource. That team then goes into the business and looks at opportunities to build capability. Back office, we want to summarize complex legal documents. We want to understand how our customers and products correlate. We want to extract topics and insights from market, risk, and intelligence data. And at the front end, we want to engage more actively with our customer base in order to make great product recommendation and also have that conversation about investment risks, based on the market intelligence and risk data that is aggregated and brought together by that enterprise. And I'd ask you to take a look at cloudera.com and have a look at the OCBC Bank story, as well as broader review of the OCBC Bank story with respect to their use of generative AI. They are a leader in this space, and they're doing some amazing things. It's well worth spending some time understanding how they're achieving that. The second is West Midlands Police. They have taken the technology to manage data at scale, move towards a more real-time experience where any of the officers in their force can gain new insights through a mobile application where they can search across all aspects of information. West Midlands Police have also organised an AI and ML ethics board, which is a public-facing resource. You can find this on their website, West Midlands Police Ethics Board, and it brings citizens together as well. And those citizens help inform the decisions made by the police force as to whether a project that they build and prototype can be brought to production and can be used by the force for the benefit of the citizens of the area of the West Midlands Police. It's all about faster data-driven insights and making them more accessible to a wider community. And then finally, AbbVie, discovering new medications. This is all about bringing vast amounts of data together and running a large number of simulations in the order of 800,000 different hypotheses across that data set to find combinations of drugs and patients and test scenarios where those drugs might have beneficial advantage to certain individuals. And when you run 800,000 hypotheses in a few hours, just a very small percentage of those, if they are positive in their response, that can have a meaningful impact on tens of thousands of patients into the future. And so the research they're doing is meaningful in the sense of keeping people healthy and alive in terms of their health and their medical conditions. And as a final gift at the end of my session, I do thank you for giving me this opportunity. Go to trycloudera.com. If you are registered within our systems, you will then be able to access the platform to understand more about how to do generative AI and prototype that. You'll be able to learn more about how to do real-time event-based architectures using our data in motion portfolio, and also using Apache Iceberg to build an open data lakehouse on cloud in this case. If you cannot access this service, please reach out via cloudera.com and we'll see what we can do to enable it for you. Thank you very much for your time today. Really appreciate it. Chris Royals from Cloudera. It has been a pleasure.
Thank you, Chris. We appreciate the opportunity to consider how we can leverage technology and data as a meaningful, transformative thing within our organization. I particularly appreciate the way that you connect with open source opportunities and the idea that even corporate efforts that use AI and use these technologies can do it integrated with and leveraging open source models, open source resources, something that particularly makes these technologies accessible across a much broader range of uses. So it's not simply dependent on the economics of having a large technology budget or the unknown about working with data sets and resources that we don't necessarily know what goes into it. And one of the benefits of open source, in however you're using it, whether it's open source software development or data sets or large language models, is this idea that there is a degree of transparency, crowdsourcing, and broad involvement. So it's not getting so boxed in to somebody's walled garden that you don't know what goes into it or how to control it, but you have the ability to leverage it out. And I think that's one of the things that is helpful to consider, that as we consider how to use AI, we should be, when we have the opportunity, expanding our pool beyond a single tool. It's absolutely good. One of the things that came out in the last panel was that it can be so overwhelming if you just think, I want to do AI. But if you can pick a tool and start working with it, incorporating it into your activity, then you can make real progress. But once you get one tool down, there can be value in figuring out what other tools, even tools that do kind of the same thing, because it expands your capability and you're not so limited into one narrow thing. So let me just pick one example of that. In ChatGPT, OpenAI's transformative release of generative AI that changed this whole discussion a year and a half ago, is a phenomenal product. But it is not the only large language model or even interactive chat option that is out there. And so if you only think of AI integration as ChatGPT, then you are limiting what is the opportunities that are ahead of you. So let me see if I can bring our fearless leader on board. Let's see if he's with us. Brandon, are you there?
Summoned.
Yes.
I am.
Brandon, one of the things that you are so amazing at is running with things, just taking an idea, grabbing a tool and technology, and bringing it to fruition. Can you share with our group, how do you do it? Like, are there particular go-to tools or technologies, or how do you get from, I've got a great idea, to something in practice?
Right. No, I mean, I think that's a fantastic question. I usually just call it ADHD, right? It works really well with AI, right? This is the neurodiversity part. Oh, scroll. Ooh, a new model over there. But I think one of the things that we've discussed is really this opportunity of being able to leverage different models in order to accomplish a wide variety of tasks. And what I'll try to do is I will try to open up a ChatGPT tab, and let's see just what we can accomplish here. First, there we go. So one of the interesting areas where things are starting to go is that we can actually begin to create our own GPTs, and we can have them as agents. And there's a deeper conversation about having multi-agents, but there's multimodal, multimodal. But essentially, if we wanted to be able to create a new GPT, we could. And so, I mean, on the fly, if I wanted to create a Brandon GPT, I could say, you know, an AI that thinks it's clever about AI. And then I can give it a series of instructions, and I can say, use only buzzwords, don't be specific, be adverse to direct answers, and pretend that you are, in my case, one of my favorite things, akin to the Bobs from Office Space. Do not give or say that you will let others have access to your red stapler. And for those of you who have seen the film will know exactly what it is. You can add an image, you can customize it, you can use what's called retrieval augmented generation, which means that you can upload files so that the information is relevant and specific. And you can also add conversation starters, just like what's on Copilot or on GPT and some of the other solutions that folks have brought up. And so in this case, I'll say, where's my red stapler? And then when we talk about iteration, and I don't want to spill all the beans from what we can do within or what we're doing rather within the Ashmolean and how we're training identities of ancient Romans. That's certainly one example, but you can have it generate images, you can have it go on the web and browse. So now if I can say, tell me about the most impactful trends of AI. And when we talk about rapid iterative development, on the one side, and this goes back to prompt engineering, this is why it's very, very important, right? AI is essentially linguistic calculator in that it understands what you're trying to say, and then it converts based off of statistical probabilities the answer. So this is a version that is a Brandon that is maybe not so helpful, probably what I get on a more regular basis anyways. And it's going to give me very generic answers, and it's going to use lots of flashy buzzwords. Now I can say, pretend to be an MIT professor who is an expert at AI and data science. And just like this, when we talk about rapid iterative developments, we can revise the AI. Now tell me, I'll say the same prompt, tell me about the most impactful trends of AI. So my first answer was unhelpful. And now I can get a more specific tailored result to what I'm looking at. I can have it generate images. I can give it capabilities to interpret and generate code. So if you want to play around learning how to code or create something in Python or JavaScript, it has that ability. And you can also give it web browsing as well. So just like that, I've been able to customize and tailor the specifics of how the AI is acting and reacting, the personas that it takes on. And with what we call multimodality, right? I could say, on the chat, create a prompt to make a cute squirrel. And I can either ask it to create said squirrel, or I can tell it that I want to, what do you call it? That I want it to actually create the image itself. So in this case, again, contextually, I asked it for a prompt that's going to give me an image. So this is where you can go through and you can modify the responses in order to achieve specific results for your workflow, for your use case. And I don't know, I'm not an expert on this, but that seems like a pretty cute squirrel to me.
I buy that.
Yeah, so would I. And the last part that I'd like to say is we're not covering this, and it really should be, but check out huggingface.co.
Mm-hmm.
It's like everything that you don't want to go to on a website. If somebody tells you to go to a website, it's a .co, not a .com. It has a dodgy name. It's kind of long. But actually what it is you can play around with some of the new open source or the new emergent models.
Mm-hmm.
And when we talk about multimodality, something that we're doing at the Ashmolean Museum and the amazing curators there and Team Amazon, actually, is I can say now, tell me about this object, give me a detailed history and the likely material it's made of, as well as anything else relevant. Now remember, I'm typing that in. We could create a custom GPT where it has that persona or that identity. But something that was really fascinating is the first time we ran this, we didn't actually get a very good answer. And we had a sigh of relief that everybody gave of the numismatist crowd among us. Our theses are saved, And then with a little bit more tuning and with a little bit more adjustments, well, we can actually see that what we have here is it's doing object detection, analysis, texture, identity, and even in some circumstances, you can see where it's actually converted the Latin transcription into something that we can read and identify. So when we start to look at the next generation of what people can create, it's about that multimodality, that flexibility, capability, and extending your vision that you have in your head. And you're not having to be limited inherently through abstractions of what I would say is the limitations of two people, right, trying to understand the same thing. And as Dr. Brown would say, achieving a mediated version of reality that they can both agree on. Now you can just throw your coffee cup at the computer and then cry when it doesn't hear and understand what you're trying to do. But
Brandon, that is fantastic. And I really appreciate the way that you started with ChatGPT, what most people know about, and you showed how that would work. And then you extended beyond that, went into Hugging Face and showed that there was more than just ChatGPT. Because as you said, you have the capabilities that are out there are just enormous. And really, if there's a barrier for many of us, it's simply getting started. That if you just sit down and start, and we heard that again, the previous panel, pick something, do something, and move forward with it. And then you can expand from that. So what a great demo. Thank you so much, Brandon. And let me encourage everybody, after our next panel, we're going to go back to Brandon, and he's going to do a deeper dive on the exciting things that have been developed with the Ashmolean Museum. So absolutely
what I'll
stay tuned for that.
just say, Jason, that was really incredible, and why I love what everybody here is doing as well is one of the people that we've had the opportunity to speak with said, I now know with AI that I know that I don't know something, but I don't know who I should know to tell me what I don't know, so I can learn what I need to know. She did a far better job at that than I did. So again, it's just incredible to have you guys here and spending your time to make all of this freely available. So thank you.
Again, thank you for being our fearless leader and pulling us all together. Let me bring to the stage our colleagues for our next panel. Let me briefly introduce William Brown. Dr. Brown is a professor and researcher at Regent University. Dr. Seppi Shakova, who is both oh my gosh, I mean, we could spend the entire hour just listing Seppi's accomplishments. An innovator, a CEO, a pioneer in applied AI, particularly in the area of audio and translation capability. CEO, founder of Pixlr, university lecturer at Oxford. Again, we could all just stand in her shadow and spend the next hour benefiting from her. Mauro Fijo, who is been an executive at Moonshot and is passionate about helping lead organizations and helping organizations figure out how to leverage this latest and greatest technology for transformation. And actually, he was the one who helped frame a key question for us. So as we consider what does it mean to leverage AI for organizational learning and development, there's a concept out there of being ambidextrous, that you are equally capable achieving things both with your right and left hands. And that concept has been applied to organizations, where organizations actually can have the ability to meet their current needs while also effectively preparing to meet tomorrow's changes and the challenges that lie ahead. And for anybody who has tried to figure out how to help lead an organization, you realize that you can get really good at solving today's problems. You can get really good at looking for the things coming down the road. Being able to do both of those effectively is exceedingly challenging. But we have on this panel 3 leaders and experts who can speak to that. So welcome each one of you. Let's go around the panel and start with a fundamental question. What role should AI play in organizational learning and development? So we'll go alphabetical. I'll start with Bill Brown.
Thank you so much, Jason, and great to be here with you, Seppi and Mauro, and all of you joining us. That is a great question, and one answer would do major. a major role in organizational development. Organizations cannot ignore how AI is changing our world. And so we have to help organizations effectively integrate AI into their organizational cultures. And this is a great challenge. And it will be getting into some of those challenges, but it's not whether we should do this for an organization. It's, okay, how do we best do that?
Excellent. Seppi.
Thank you, Jason. I mean, I really think about this more like, let's say, as human beings, when we first discovered fire. I mean, in these communities, what was the sort of like the feelings of the primitive human beings when they actually discovered this? What did they think about that? I think the point is that we all are a bit in a loss. Some of us are a little bit more informed about it. But I mean, one thing that I can say is effectively, if you have got enough knowledge base, it is possible to actually predict part of these process because it's a logical development. And I think it is like we are put in a situation that we don't know which way to look. You know, there is this sort of really this elephant in the room, and we are just trying to arrange ourselves. But effectively, I think if you just go back and then look at things in a much more simpler way, say this new thing has appeared, and I've got a small sort of organization, maybe 20 people are working for me. It's bad enough that I have got sort of a lot of competition and a lot of, I have to make sure that, you know, the revenues are right and everything. But then how am I going to rearrange myself with this thing? And this is, I think this is actually, depending on what sort of sectors you come from, this is really a big challenge. And I think in a way, I mean, I'm an academic and I obviously teach this stuff, but when it comes to reality of it, I think I'm very sort of like siloed as an individual, because I said, okay, I've created this thing and I can roam around it while it's not being disrupted by other things. And if you take that and scale that up to any part of the walks of life, I think the challenge is really common. So I think we really have to move out of our comfort zone and say, okay, this thing is there. What are we going to do with it? How am I, as an individual, going to use that? How am I going to use it for my business? How am I going to use it for my family, for future? And I think it's really, we are at the beginning of this concept. And I think what William just said, what Bill just said, is absolutely true. I mean, we really need to start thinking about how we can point this main, I would say, flame of fire that we have discovered. What are we going to do with it? Are we going to start sort of cooking things? Are you going to burn our hands? Are you going to warm ourselves up? I mean, it's really, I think I look at it like that. I don't know.
I love the imagery. That's fantastic.
I'm laughing here, Seppi, because as you were talking, I couldn't help but get the vision of this old film called The Gods Must Be Crazy, when a Coke bottle dropped from the sky into this African culture. And everyone's inside, what is this? How do we use this? It's great analogy.
Yes, absolutely. Mauro, give us your insights on what role AI should play in organizational learning and development.
Yeah, I like the framework of defining organizational learning in terms of how can organizations explore the opportunities of the future and then at the same time exploit and capture the opportunities of today, right? In both cases, I think AI can help organizations do that better. In terms of exploration and creating future opportunities, AI affords the possibility to understand nuance to a level that human beings individually or as a group find more difficult just by moving data around and processing it really fast. So there are a couple of examples that I could bring to the fore about that. I was talking to a friend of mine who is a product manager on a software product-driven organization. He was telling me that before generative AI, every time they would put a prototype together, it would be 1 or 2 sprints, so 2 weeks to 4 months before they could see something, right? And now, if all they want to do is to materialize a prototype and see what it can do. It's a matter of an afternoon for one person to just stand it up together. And of course, that's not the ready final product, but the ability to ideate faster and to eliminate the bad ideas faster is definitely there. And then when it comes to exploring and capturing current opportunities, I think AI combined with other technologies, it enables organizations to always bring their very best insights and capabilities to the fore all the time. Right? I like some of the stories here. When I was still working with Google at X, there was this other project there. They had a robot kindergarten. So they had a setup where robotic arms were tasked with just trying to grab various different everyday objects, like a soda can or a sponge or a little ball. And this was close to my desk, so I walked by quite frequently, and I could hear it all the time. It was the constant clanking of objects falling. And that one went on for days and weeks and perhaps a few months. Eventually, one day, one of the arms managed to capture a little rubber ball and just grabbed it. The day after, every single arm knew exactly how to apply pressure and dexterity and movements to essentially hold those balls. And the reason I bring this up is you have those agents that once one of them learns how to master a task, all the instantiations of those agents also know that, right? And I like to think of the organizations of the future as a combination of human workers with autonomous workers working together in harmony. And this effect of the rapid propagation of learnings and mastery will definitely be there, right? And this is not really that much into the far future. If you think about it, Amazon has about one robot for every 2 human workers, and they have to work together. So this ability to disseminate and use insights all the time, I think, is fundamental change that we're seeing.
Excellent, thank you. So let me take a different angle on all of this. There's a latent positivity in all of these discussions that this can be transformative. It can be a good thing. As you said, Mauro, it can help always bring the best version of ourselves and the best version of the organization into play. As Seppi said, it can be like fire. It can be transformative and do wonderful, good things. We've heard that AI is the new electricity. Andrew Ng likes to use that phrase. And, all of the use cases that electricity propagated. But there's a lot of fear out there. I mean, you look at this and you think, well, aren't the companies just going to use AI to replace me? And what do we do with that? I mean, how do you respond to that fear? And is there a role for companies? Is there a way that they can use AI to actually help people rather than just using AI to replace people? Toss it to anybody who wants to jump on that one. Go for it, Seppi.
Well, I mean, I think it is a very, very interesting question because, I mean, when I teach data science to my students, I say that, okay, in the last, 100 years or so, because of the technological development, we as human beings have created this digital universe, a digital universe. I mean, we got the analog one that we've always been living in the last 40 to 60,000 years. We don't know the extent of analog universe, but we should know the digital universe because it's man-made, or maybe in my case, it's woman-made. So we should know what we are creating. So in the last 2 or 3 years, when there was, after the pandemic, this process speeded up. And then we started to really enter this domain. So what we are is actually, we are at the bottom of creating this, at the very beginning of creating this digital universe. And when we talk about things like, platforms, I would sort of simply represent that as like infrastructures in this digital universe. And then what we've got these social machines, which are our representation in digital universe. And this social machines have got the capability of having similar actions like human beings. And this is obviously goes all to the fact that we as human beings, everything we do is to do with our brain. It's our intelligence. I mean, if you take our brain away, we just nothing really. I mean, the personality, everything we do. So the creation of AI and these social machines, and then what we have got in terms of the generative AI is all part of this process. But if you step back and look at the whole of this thing and think about it, we have got now the potential of something like generative AI. But where does that go? I mean, if you're really looking at the whole structure as much more of an overview, a much bigger vision, as a bird's eye vision. So what we have to do is we shouldn't really get toggled into small granularities. We should look and see where this thing is going to go. So when it comes to the question of, is there a possibility, I mean, this thing is going to take my job away, I think if you're really looking at much bigger scale, it's so much to do. And I think it's about the educational, it's about the training transformation for everybody across the globe, because there's so much we can do, and we have got now a unique opportunity to have the true industrial revolution. And this is not going to be just for a small group of people in the West or somebody else. I mean, it is something that is and could potentially create an opportunity for everybody in the world. Because once we have got learned to use our skill, I mean, going back to the idea of the AI, the fire, I think this can be some sort of a generic. So yeah, I mean, at the beginning, everybody is really scared of this because everybody's scared of something they don't know. But I think it's the job of the educators, it's the job of people who are in the sort of like technology communities, things like that, to try to make this more visible, more understandable, more digestible for everybody. But the big problem is, and may I dare to say, that even for people like myself, again, we do not know what we are creating in digital universe, whereas actually we should be, because we are making it. So I think it's not, I mean, we are transforming our analog world into digital world, where that's the problem. Because if we are creating this digital world, we have to know what it is about that we are creating. And once we do that, then we take away the element of fear, the element of hopelessness. It would give people an opportunity to see where this world is moving in the next 50 years.
Bill, Mara, any thoughts to build on that?
Go ahead, Bill. I have some.
I as as educators, we feel a calling to help move people along from states of fear, because as to being hopeful. For, as Seppi says, when we don't understand something, a lot of times we're very fearful of it, and we can look at that thing in many things of life. We don't understand how to swim, so we're fearful of the water. So we want to stay away from water. We don't want to jump into the water, and so forth. And it's helping people to really understand what is the nature of AI, what can it do, and what can't it do. And of course, there's so many things that we do as human beings that AI cannot do. AI is not wisdom, it's knowledge. And AI will never replace human wisdom, which is how to know how to apply knowledge within a context in an ethical way into a very specific problem, and how to make the best choice. AI can bring to us information, but it can't analyze the wisdom of that information and how we use it. We have to do that. When you look at so much of the academic research that's being done right now in organizations, it keeps coming back to when we look at learning through AI, we have to learn mutually. In other words, we as human beings must be learning with AI together. And it comes up in study after study as a key to really implementing AI effectively in organizations. It's something that we have to do together. So it cannot replace human beings in organizations if you have to learn together. It's contextual. Learning is not an individual entity in itself. It's community oriented. It's corporate. In the corporate setting, we learn together. AI has to learn in a corporate contextual setting, or it's not going to be very useful to organizations unless it's learning with human beings in context.
I will add to that how AI can help facilitate that learning at a community level, and community can be the community within a company or organization, or much broader. One of the lines of study that I've been looking at with a lot of hope is by Professor David Alter at MIT, and he's mapping out some indications that AI is helping more lower skilled workers than higher skilled workers. And if you think of it intuitively, it makes sense because there must be an optimum, right? And whoever is closer to that optimum has less to climb on that learning curve. And his study is showing that AI is helping recreate middle skilled jobs by helping people accelerate and catch up with the average expectation of workers. And on a more empirical and close to home point of view, I have an example. So another friend of mine, entrepreneur, he used to outsource software development work to India. And he did that because of the right trade-off between the supervisory burden on his core developer team and what those people could do when they were earlier in their careers. And now he's able to do that similarly, but with workers in Ethiopia straight out of college. And to be able to do that, he needed to implement a process of code review that starts with AI code review. And by doing that, those new grads in Ethiopia can contribute effectively to product development at a global scale, because they can count on support and scaffolding from AI. And I think that's beautiful, because that's a fantastic way of spreading opportunity around instead of concentrating it more and more.
Yeah. And Jason, I would say from looking at the viewpoint of leaders of organizations, corporate CEOs, upper level managers and so forth, I'd say even more than fear, one of the barriers is just simply skepticism. There was many of you know, there's a big study done, this is a number of years ago at MIT, by the Sloan Management Review and Boston Consulting Group. And they queried 2,500 business executives. And they asked them, what kind of impact is AI having in your organizations? And 7 out of 10 reported minimal to no impact. And, of course, that study's dated now. I'm sure that the statistic would change now, but still you think, why did they find that? And what they found is many companies fail to recognize the unique nature and breadth of capabilities that emerging AI systems can offer. In other words, they didn't understand all of AI's capabilities for deep learning that incorporates self-learning systems. Another more recent study just done last year by 2 scholars in the UK, Deborah Leff and Kenneth Lim, just published an article in the Journal of Revenue and Pricing Management. And they looked at bringing AI to scale in organizations. And what did they find? Only 8% of companies were able to achieve AI at scale. And why is that? They concluded that it's not because of technology. It's not the lack of technology but because of organizational barriers, particularly changing organizational cultures. And so there's a lot of skepticism. Maybe many of you right now are business leaders that are kind of skeptical and so forth. And so we understand that, but part of it is just not completely understanding what AI can really do. And so that skepticism has to be overcome.
That's a great point. And I think that there's a lot of, we can often have unrealistic expectations. If you recall the Gartner Group hype cycle, talking about how, people sort of overestimate what this is going to do, any new technology, and everybody gets really excited and all the money flows into the startups.
Right.
And then the real world hits and they crashes and they get very discouraged and disillusioned. But over time, these new technologies are really transformative. It is the world, and Seppi made this great point about how we've constructed sort of this digital domain. We don't live in the same world that people did a couple hundred years ago, plus we have some computers and smartphones. It's an entirely different world.
Mm-hmm.
And our expectations can send us in wrong directions. But let me get back to, there's a really interesting point that Seppi made, and I think it connects to all these. Seppi, you said that we're at the beginning of all of this. If you talk to a lot of employers, a lot of executives, at least what I hear and what I read is that you have a lot of people feeling like this has left them behind. They're behind on this. This is so far ahead. Your statement that we're at the beginning of this revolution rather than the end is really interesting. So, can you comment on that? And how should leaders be thinking about this, especially if they're looking right now going, the train's left the station and I'm lost?
Well, I think, anyway, this is my own, I stand to be corrected, of course, but this is probably my own interpretation as a person who's been always an academic all my life, but also work in the technology area. I think it was very interesting listening to the previous panel, and there was all discussions about the books and everything. If you really think about that, to follow up that discussion, I think what I'm saying is that we are at the beginning of this, entering this digital universe. And what we need is, we really need to have digital literacy. The same way that we are read and write, we have to actually have the digital literacy. And this digital literacy has got AI embedded in it. It's the data science literacy. This is something is going to be the new, I think, rule or governing the world, across the world. Because the same way that if you are a country that you are looking at the statistics, of course, there was something else that Matthew said, which was very interesting about the talking about the infrastructures. We are not talking about all this complex AI system and things like that. But let's not forget, there is actually several steps before we can achieve that. First of all, you have to have an infrastructure. You have to have a network. You have to have the capabilities. And then you have to have, these are the basics of it. You have to have these. And many countries do not have that. And I think it's been a recent, so what I'm saying is that we've got to pass through several levels, which we can do that in parallel. One is actually because of the advancement in the technologies and maybe things like 5G, 6G, you can very easily go and sort of set up now in somewhere remote a node and then get that connected. You don't no longer, stuff like, I don't know, internet via satellites, things like that. It's been done like 30 years ago. It's nothing new. But what is new is the provision of the cheap hardware, the new technology stuff that you can get. As a matter of fact, one of my partners, they're working with a big organization, telecom operators, that they are working on very, very small devices And these small devices would be possible to connect it anywhere across the Africa or maybe Central Asia or places that, the connectivity is not possible. So let's say you solve that problem. Then you get you give this the possibility of have a cheaper devices. When what is important is about actually the literacy. What is it that we want to do? It's about reading and writing. So once we actually do not sit down and look at this in a much more strategic way, in a much more practical and planned way, everybody's going to be just lost. Mm-hmm. And I think that is we are at the beginning of it, the opportunities for everyone. Because what we need is just have a process to have some sort of maybe a global means that people can start having digital literacy, AI literacy, and then data science literacy. And then with that in their hands, they've got enough tools to be able to sort of tackle. And when you think about it, why is it that the mobile phones are so popular? Because everybody can use that in their own personalized way. So just imagine that if we are taking away all the barriers, like the stuff like the technology barriers, the knowledge transfer barriers, and the language barrier, then everybody can contribute into this mission. And this is not about just certain number of people in certain countries. It's a humanity. It's a challenge as a humanity that we are rewriting the future with ourselves. But in order to do that, we need all these resources. So anybody who says, no, we missed the boat, it's nonsense. Because we just entered this universe and we just touched a few things and we are already overwhelmed. Just think about it. If you are devised to really do something useful, what is it going to be the point? And I shut up.
Mauro, can you add on to that? You've worked with innovative efforts, and you have an interest in leaders effectively using this. How should leaders engage with this technology? What does it mean to bring it alongside their employees? How do you help the best version of the organization? How do you help the best version of every person within the organization?
Yeah, and I will continue on the train of thoughts that Seppi started. I mean, I've been working on digital inclusion for most of my career, either bringing cell phone services to the Amazon or digital literacy in Africa and other places. I find it very interesting that we still have infrastructure barriers to overcome, but right now, because of the nature of large language models, the ability to converse with machines is much easier than it was just a few years ago, right? We are, instead of having humans learn machine language, we can now use just human language and they understand. So I think that eliminates some of the big barriers on being more inclusive. And I wanted to connect that, Jason, to your specific question. I believe that inclusion is even more important going forward. It's both a matter of bringing everybody along and distributing the benefits, but it's also a matter of opportunity to essentially have everybody contribute to what is everybody's collective best, right? And machines, artificial intelligence agents, they definitely facilitate that for organizations. For leaders, it's the vision, it's the relationship, it's the ethics, which is essentially what it always meant to be a leader. I don't think it changes. I think it evolves.
Are there practical steps that can be implemented within organizations to promote this literacy, inclusion, effective use?
Yeah, reduce the fear, get people using it. I've seen some news on some leaders in some organizations just saying, hey, people just use AI tool 20 times a day during your work day, or if you don't use 20, use 2. but get going, right? I was listening to the analogy of this boat has sailed, and what was in my mind is, yeah, the boat has sailed, but now it's more about satellites, and in 6 minutes there's another one coming through. So if you think you missed the previous one, just make sure you catch the next one, and let's go along. I think it's dangerous collectively to instill even more fear. I think the fear is nature, as natural, because it's change. So you got to get people to experiment, to be successful, and be incentivized to learn more.
Jason, what some of the research has shown is organizations that use a learning-centered approach are much more successful in integrating AI into their organizations. And a learning-centered approach advocates AI learning must complement human learning. Number one. Number two, that the goal in organizations must be mutual learning between humans and AI. And a learning-centered approach provides a model for human AI partnership. And so when we think of learning and integration in organizations, it's human beings and AI learning together mutually that makes it organizations more effective in integrating AI systems. And the big word's collaboration. You have to have collaboration among your knowledge workers. And of course, you have to have collaboration with AI through continual experimentation with AI.
Seppi, what have you seen organizations do that interferes with the kind of progress you're talking about? I mean, Mara mentioned getting rid of fear. Bill mentioned cultivating a learning organization. You've worked with a lot of organizations that have been interested in technology. I assume that not all of the projects have been equally successful. Not all of the leaders have been equally engaged. What are good things to do? What are bad things to do from a leadership perspective?
Well, that's a very good question. And actually, I have to be very careful how I'm going to answer that.
It can be hypothetical. It doesn't actually have to be the specific companies you worked with, but
yeah, but you see, I think this is really not. This is really goes back, from my experience anyway. This is really goes back to the human nature. I mean, I personally think that if people are put in a position that are really inadequate for whatever reason, maybe they are there just by pure chance, or they have played the politics to get there, and they are not really devised to completely harness the opportunities for themselves and then build a community that everybody else can really flourish, then this is, I think, is in my opinion, is very bad. And then it has happened that in the past, I mean, let's say in the subject area of AI, I mean, obviously, as Brandon said, not even, he mentioned that his grandmother is an expert in AI, because people that just want to make a claim for themselves, they come and it's very dangerous always to talk about something which you know a little bit about it. And I think this is also, it's a question of fear of people who are sitting in a position of power or in a position of, and then they try to make sure that, they're not getting anybody close to themselves. Yeah. I mean, I have been an advocate of demystifying AI, saying, look, guys, this is really a piece of technology. So what it is, you need to have certain infrastructures. You need to have hardware, you need to have network, you need to have algorithm. And then at the end of the day, it's algorithm. It's this algorithm is what it does. And, you know, whatever you say about generative AI, it's just back propagation. Some clever guy or whatever came and say, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to introduce now, instead of doing the always a forward neural network, we're going to take that output and then create something else. Okay, they did it as an experiment, and then because of all this data that was available during the COVID, they came with something really magnificent, which obviously it keep on improving himself because of reinforcement learning and everything. But at the end of the day, where are we going with this? So, and trying to, okay, I have created this thing now, and I just don't want anybody to look into my my hand. But I think it's just completely immature, because these technologies is going to get so quickly out of date that if you are not really understanding the basis, if you do not have the community to help you, if you do not share, and I think this comes mostly from the fear that people are losing their edge. And what I want to say is there's so much more to come, that you cannot do that. You cannot play this game anymore, because it's completely different ball game. And as far as, you know, really the penny drops, that people start sharing their knowledge, they try to understand, you know, by exchanging, by being able to build this community, by being able to, you know, there is nothing that would really stop them to grow. And I think this is my word, if I may say. Well, anyway, I might be thinking about my retirement pretty much after this. But I mean, if my word is towards the sort of the leaders, the big tech companies, you know, let's really do something decent, because it's no longer about. It's so much opportunity there. Really, it's the wild west of AI, and it's for years to come. Because as we grow more, I mean, what we've learned from generative AI is that if you come with something simple like that you just add one back propagation, you can open up a huge opportunity. I mean, just think about it. As you progress more and more through this innovation, what sort of new stuff can you create? What sort of more opportunity can you create? I mean, you can plug in all these different cultures, all these different languages, or the different devices. You know, let's do it properly. Let's be open about it. Let's have everybody learn about this and have this literacy. Sorry.
So underlying Seppi's whole sharing just there is, I see these words flashing behind her, you know, collaborative learning. And other than fear, probably the next biggest thing we have to overcome is greed. And we know, even putting this together, everyone wants to, okay, how do I get the advantage through AI? How can I make my company, and so forth? And it really, if we're all going to flourish together in this, we have to get beyond that. We have to really get to a point of collaborative learning. There's going to be plenty for everyone. As Seppi was just saying, there's just the opportunities for creativity are endless in developing things in the future with AI. And so we have to democratize the knowledge. We have to openly share and create a whole mentality, corporate mentality, instead of mine and how can I advance through this? How can we do it together? How can we advance? How can we collaborate as organizations, helping one another? And that will take a different mindset. But I believe we can do it. We're all, I know, on the hopeful side of that.
Mara, you mentioned that, going back to the idea of the AI-powered robots learning to pick up things, and then once one of them had figured out, you know, the knowledge sort of propagates to all of the others. this whole recent volley talks about how we should be democratizing knowledge, that organizations should be sharing. The whole open source movement, for instance, is in part built on that concept, where the code itself is open and models are open. Give us your thoughts on that. I mean, how does that model interact with the corporate desire to explore new things and then exploit them for maximum benefit of their organization?
Yeah. So there is fear, there is greed, and there is thinking about abundance, right? And I think what this notion of shared learning in one instance of the community learns and then the whole community learns creates is a very interesting path towards abundance. Knowledge doesn't get divided when it's shared, right? It gets multiplied when it's shared. And having the infrastructure to do this more and more, I think it's very, very interesting. Specifically about open source models versus closed models. This is one of the areas that I'm most curious about, is what's going to happen with the unit economics of training and using models going forward, and what does it do to the trade-offs between using a model created by someone else and pay for it, or use an open source one and have almost the same capabilities versus create your own. And unit economics here are very interesting. I mean, the cost of compute, if you measure it in terms of operations per second per dollar, it is 6 orders of magnitude less expensive right now than it was when I started using computers in the 80s. And that is a lot, right? That creates meaningful opportunities. You combine that with what we heard from Chris a few minutes ago, the abundance of data that's now not just created, but stored, harnessed, and ready to use. And you bring those two ingredients together, you apply human ingenuity to it, and there's a lot that can be done. But I'm very curious to see how unit economics evolve and what that means for the number of models that will be out there, and how everybody will be able to either access those or create their own.
So one of the common themes that I've heard in each of your three analysis is that many of the core challenges are the same human challenges relationally, societally, culturally, that we had before AI. And those are the things that are challenging us now as we seek to integrate AI. Are there ways that using AI can help us overcome those things? And can we cultivate or create better leaders or better innovators or new corporate structures? Or can AI help us address these fundamental human challenges that we've had?
Yeah, we can if we do it together and more inclusive, not just of our pockets of high knowledge, but with the whole world. And let me tell you a deeply personal story. One of my doctoral students grew up in a mud and dung hut in Tanzania. He's Maasai. Dr. Stephen Karuswa. He was forced to be educated by the government. They said the government came and they said, all right, we need one from every family to be educated. And he was the youngest among, I think, 10 or 11 in his family. They said, Stephen, you got to go. And now Stephen is in Parliament in Tanzania. And he also has a cabinet position. He's in charge of all the mineral resources for the country of Tanzania. And he came to the United States just a couple months ago. And we were talking about AI. And Stephen said, my president is completely interested in AI. Let's talk further, because I'd love for you and Intellect Horizon to do something here in Tanzania with our leaders on AI. And the Maasai were given the worst land in, they were kind of really set aside by governments, but they know community. They really know community, and they have a lot to teach us. And there's a lot of rich things in Maasai culture that we in the West can learn from Maasai culture, that I've learned by personally going to Stephen's village where he grew up and spending time with the Maasai there. And they want to use AI to develop Tanzania, to develop their nation. They have tremendous potential, and we need them. And the world needs them. The world needs the Maasai. And there's other groups like that. That's just one example, all over the world. So we have to have a commitment to really doing this together and democratizing what we know. Because, when we've talked about it, AI is extremely biased right now. Its pool is very Western centric because that's the pool of information that's on the internet. But there's a lot of other things that need to be accessed, that need to be resourced, that are extremely valuable, hidden gems of wisdom and cultures all over the world that we have not accessed yet. And so it's really a work that has to be done collaboratively together and inclusive of the whole world. Can't just be led by Western nations.
How do we do it? I mean, we're talking all about these great things that we want to achieve and that need to be done. How do we do it practically? Like, what are the next things somebody should do?
Yes. So, Jason, you asked how AI can help us on this journey. I think to some extent, it already did a lot in creating this worldwide collective gut check, right? That I think only becomes possible and urgent as we have this presence of a potentially very powerful thing that some are calling a new species even. I think we are at a point of reflection and hesitation even, and we can decide to do this together, or it can unite us, or it can separate us further. I say we do it together.
That is what we are doing now, isn't it?
Exactly.
I mean this event, organized by you guys and Brandon being really the engine behind it. This is the first step. And then maybe we see this type of thing happening everywhere, at different communities, in different languages, just to provide awareness. At the moment, we just are familiarizing ourselves. We are just collecting information. And I think that is what we are starting. And then, let's just like a little toddler, we just have to first pull their hands to sort of make them stand on their 2 feet, and then push them step by step, and eventually they would run, and they become runners, athletics. So I think we are starting it, and that is what we have to really be positive about.
Mm-hmm. And we have to learn digital literacy together. So it's getting together and saying, well, what do you know? And then well, what do you know? And then learning it together. We can, we got to go to other places and collaborate. And it, not just through, Zoom and, like what we're doing online, but physically go and spend time with one another and collaborate together. And I think that's happening. and I think it will happen more.
In our final 2 minutes, somebody who's watching this who thinks, okay, I'm inspired, I want to go do something, I want to engage, give them a practical thing to do. What should somebody read, talk to, try, test? What's the next step for somebody to take who's interested?
Well, there's an old concept in organizational change, probably initiated 30, 40 years ago, called skunk works.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, maybe you're familiar with that. And every organization, get some people together, do it collaboratively, and start experimenting and learning what AI can do in your organization. Invest some time in it of learning together. So that's just one really practical thing. We've done that as a university, right, Jason? We got some people together, and we're just, and I know you're doing it, Seppi and Mauro, in your organization. What can we do within our own organization? How can we grow through this?
Jason, I would say a fantastic thing for whoever is watching this session right now is to, and wants to know what to do next, watch the next session and then go from there.
Good. Last word to you, Seppi.
Thank you. Yeah, just do it.
Mm-hmm.
Just do it. And there is no good or bad, more or less. Just throw yourself into the opportunity and see what you can get out of that. It's there for everybody to enjoy.
Excellent. Well, thank you, everybody. Again, for those people who are watching, if you think you've missed it, you haven't. If you are overwhelmed and think I can't do all this by myself, you're right. You can't do it all by yourself. As our panelists have said, this has to be collaborative. Operating in this space with a scarcity mindset that somehow I have to do it all myself and then I have to hold it to myself seems antithetical to what this offers, where through collaboration, through sharing, through abundance of data and information, real transformation can occur. Mauro, Seppi, Bill, thank you so much for sharing your wisdom and your insights freely with the community and for an engaging discussion together. Really appreciate each one of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to be with you all.
All right. So let's bring, again, our fearless leader, Brandon Donnelly, will be coming on board. And he's going to, we just talked about, what are practical things that can be done? How can this actually be implemented? Let's move from, theory into impact. And Brandon, you had the opportunity to have done this, and please share out with us the exciting things that have been going on with the Ashmolean Museum and application of AI broadly. The floor is yours, my friend.
I'm going to get repositioned just for this moment so that we can hash at it and get ready for a ride of innovation.
All right.
Okay, with that aside, let me go on ahead and get the screen for presentation purposes up and running. And Jason, I will need you to be my eyes as when I begin the presentation. I just want to make sure that the full screen is working correctly. So I'll add that in. And if you can jump back on and let me know.
Looking good.
Doing the full... Okay, it's all showing.
Yep. You want full like that?
Let's do full. Why not?
All right.
So this is our Time Traveler Talk series, and for everybody that's joining in, hi, I'm Brandon. We're going to go through some of the work that we've done with the University of Oxford's Ashmolean Museum and some of the exciting applications of AI that is on the horizon. So, before we start going into the practical application of AI, the first thing I want to mention and bring up is people, right? none of this is possible without those that we're working on. I gave a talk recently called The Faces of AI, and it very much kind of cemented the part that a lot of the work that we're doing is driving the humanistic elements and being able to make those come alive. So in a nutshell, one of the things that we were wanting to accomplish is to bring the doctor and his wife back to life. And this is a Roman mortuary, what do you call it, monument. And we wanted to see if we could apply AI to not only facially reconstruct the individuals, but then also give them a voice. And so when I'm up here presenting and I'm talking about all of this wonderful innovation, what I actually am meaning to say is that it's everybody that is involved on this project and process. So whilst we're just building out some AI solutions, it's actually everybody from Christina Evans, who has been absolutely incredible and a giant proponent of us, to Carl and Gina, who have been driving and making sure that we can implement and navigate everything at Impact. But I don't want to minimize the importance of everybody that's on this list. And at a later date, I'll put their information so that you can reach out to them. So let's go on ahead and move to the concept phase now and say, right, what are we going to do? We want to have some talking statues. And just like earlier in this presentation, we talked about the creation of a custom GPT to test. Our limitation was that we had to do it on a local LLM. But in order to get the concept up and running, we were all lackadaisically sitting on a sofa trying to understand and rapidly iterate prompt instructions and upload a corpus of freely available knowledge, which ended up being about the history of Tacitus and some of the open source writings of Tacitus as well. And we created Tacitus GPT. So I've included the link for everybody to be able to play around with it and look. And that gave us a mostly positive and good response that we were able to tweak and get the desired outputs of, can we make a Roman LLM, right? Ancient Roman LLM. Then we wanted to really go and capture the imagination of those that were around us. And as a byproduct of that, instead of doing projection mapping, we got to work with LG and a couple of other suppliers on transparent OLED technology. And
Brandon, we're still seeing just the first slide. I'm sorry. I think you have some. There we go. Some good. Thank you.
There we go. So this is the doctor, and I'll jump through. This is the doctor and the what do you call it, wife, and this is the mortuary statue. These are the people I should jump in and say, and then as a byproduct of that, we'll go through the concept, and within the concept we had the GPT, and we rapidly iterated it. So Jason, how am I tracking so far? Is everything showing?
Looking good, thanks.
Perfect. So we wanted to come up with the concept of being able to, and just like the movie Pulp Fiction, we're jumping around in the timeline just a little bit. We wanted to be able to create something where you would actually be able to look either at the photorealistic reconstructions of the individuals, but also appreciate the artifact as it was. And so as a byproduct of that, we set it up in a way that we added in the transparency and touchscreen functionalities, and also added in over 100 different languages that somebody could prompt and ask and then get a subtitle in. So none of this is possible without key places, shall we say. And as a byproduct of that, I want to first give a shout out to the Ashmolean Museum, and they are free for everybody and anybody to either go online to look at their collections or to visit them at ashmolean.org. So again, you need to check them out. Their team is lovely. They are all massively passionate and experts in everything that they do. and are freely available to talk to and put a lot of effort into the work that they create. So what is the purpose of this? And so we're not having any technical glitches. We have to democratize learning, right? To make the past come alive. And most importantly, we are releasing what are called blueprints, which are freely available technology blueprints and sketches so that anybody anywhere can adopt the technology and use it without having to have a middleman, essentially. Because one of the things that we've uncovered through academia is some of the upcharging because people don't know what they don't know, and that's something that's important relative to AI. So we want people to feel like a Roman, and when I say people, I mean it doesn't matter who you are, what your background is, right? We want anybody, any age, any background, any ethnicity, anything to be able to experience and to be taken back on a journey into the past. And that is really making history interactive, exciting, engaging, relevant, and entertaining. Because when we're not putting rails or constraints on the things that we know, when we can ask questions and we can have relationships with the past, I think it's very powerful and impactful. But this brings us, of course, to a couple of ethical concerns that came across on the project. And it is something that we are actually and actively paying very close attention to. So the first is what happens when we give the voice to the past and to somebody that is deceased, right? It's important and indeed actually critical to know that we don't really have on the doctor and his wife all of their story. How can you combine and provide the entirety and the richness of a human life and reconstruct it with AI? Indeed, we can't. And so some of the things that we're looking at is what is the balance of our modern day, what we call sensibilities, as opposed to the perspectives and viewpoints of the past. Where do we create that balance? Where do we create that careful strike, or where do we strike that middle ground? Because that's super important and critical. We want to respect and honor those that have passed. The second is, of course, just as we played with the retrieval augmented generation and the prompt engineering. Well, and I was questioning if I go through this one right, which is when we're talking about sensitive topics, AI has the ability to omit, to include, to use different words, languages, and elements to construct and to deliver text, content, and other things. And so when we're talking about fine tuning, which we'll get into a little bit later, one of the considerations that we had, of course, was making sure that we have the prompt engineering done in a way where we're actually able to strike that balance of edgy time period practice, realistic answer versus informative, and getting that right tone. And this is, of course, not just specific to history, but any and indeed all different practice domains, industries, and verticals that are looking at applying AI. The technology is very exciting in the sense that we're not actually just limiting ourselves to AI. And in fact, AI works best with friends. And so in this case, I was questioning if we use the term XR. I didn't want to get confused or to confuse people with Roman numerals or anything of that nature. And so that's where instead I pulled an Apple use their term of spatial. So extended reality or spatial computing. We actually used a tool that is called Polycam. And modern day devices are incredible for the sense that we're able to use LiDAR imaging technology and to be able to construct and to create what is essentially a accurate 3D representation of the object that we wanted to create. And so when you start to think about the use case of AI, the application of it, and how we can actually use some of these technologies, this is a perfect example of having that extensibility and being able to really not just think that AI is going to be our cure-all, but applying and adding it to additional technologies in order to get a really powerful and impactful result. And I will get into some of the filtering and the end result later, but through other technologies, we have the use case. Sorry, I have these as two videos. We were able to rescan and use what's called MetaHuman to really get a fidelity and a level of detail that is, in many senses, almost a little bit uncomfortably creepy, because it's very, very realistic. And so we were able to process the scan, and then I'll get into the actual meat and potatoes of that now very, very soon. So again, this is kind of our end result of what we were able to create. So what was the process? Well, just as we kind of talked about using different models in order to achieve results, now we're going to get into maybe the academic side a little bit heavier. We first conducted the 3D scan of the object. What is incredible is that we were able to achieve this in about 30 seconds to a minute. And we were then able to process it. And multimodality, which is this concept of an LLM being able to not just understand linguistic prompts, but also to look at images and then analyze them, or to produce images and analyze, or to generate prompts. All of that was actually being utilized in this particular case. So our processing used a couple of different models. The first was to identify that it was a statue. The second was actually to understand each of the core elements of said statue. And then through figure and image segmentation and feature analysis, we were able to generate a prompt. And vis-a-vis a tool called Stable Diffusion, we were able to ingest, to process, to output, and then to kind of recursively run through the process and reprocess until the prompt score and the output image score was greater than, in this particular case, a 0.97 in the desired output result that we wanted to achieve. And what that actually looks like is pretty cool, as it paints over and starts to analyze and change and morph the end result. So you can see where the AI is trying to understand, it's trying to recolor, it's trying to paint, it's trying to abstract, it's going through different filtering technologies in order to achieve that end result. So very powerful. And some, of course, whilst the models are improving, are perhaps more powerful and look better than others. And so this is again where you can kind of see where we just played with scanning a bunch of objects, even coins, to try to achieve some sort of a outbound result that we hope to achieve. So again, this is where, when you're constructing these models, you can use solutions that are freely available. You can use local LLMs. You can use cloud solutions from some of the providers that we heard of today. And you can achieve a desired result. So let's talk a little bit about the LLM as well, so that we can dive deeper into some of the phrases and some of the discussions on this particular approach. So what we did first is, and this is a highly simplistic kind of version of making sure that hopefully we can understand just the major chunks of what's happening when we're going through things, right? So if you think of your query, right, this is something where you're asking something, and the LLM is trying to infer sentimentality, contextuality, and different parameters in different occurrences against a model, and then output based off of probability. We use, the first part is called RAG. It's a weird name, but essentially it means retrieval augmented generation. And that is where we can upload a corpus of knowledge, typically expressed in PDFs. And this is where it's able to understand and to run through the local knowledge that you've uploaded first, to then send a, what do you call it? Any of the preconditioned prompts that you've added with the knowledge that you've added into the local LLM. And then as a final step, we've fine-tuned, which means set the parameterization and the expected values and any added data conditioning that we needed to in order to get a response that we wanted. And this is, if I go all the way back up to the top here, where, let's see, where we can get LLM1, which is untrained, just saying, it's a pleasure to hear from you. What would you like me to do today? To a full conversation on, their opinion on Christianity, and from the context of a Roman that's living in Roman times. So what that means and what that kind of looks like is we use tools. The first is something that runs local LLMs, and this is called Ollama. It's a free tool. You can download the different models. All of the companies are coming out with them, which is, I think, an incredible opportunity to test, iterate, refine, and then also not have the cloud spend that's attached to it. But then in addition, you can play, add, remove different series of knowledge bases, and then you can map and train the LLM on how it should handle and contextualize the different PDFs or the different files for the retrieval augmented generation process. And then you can add the system prompt. So this is a little bit of prompt engineering or pre-processing before it goes into the LLM. And then in this case, we added in the conversation mode. And the conversation mode is something where used another local model of a speech-to-text engine, in this case, Whisper. And then for text-to-speech, it used, in this case, OpenAI. Since then, it's been moved to a local speech synthesis model by Mozilla as well. So these tools, and don't worry, I have kind of the easy bake oven diagram of how everything works, is what ultimately ended up providing the output where you can have a conversation with these LLMs reliably and convincingly as well, which can power our solution when somebody walks up and wants to have a conversation, right? So if it's running a computer, that computer is running the local LLM and the text-to-speech and speech-to-text engines, which is driving that forward. So the next question is, right, what are those results? What do they look like? What do they sound like? And this is something that we're actually trying to still refine before launch. And we're working through different technologies to make sure that it's open source. And what does a person from the voice sound like, or from the past sound like? And this is another question. What happens when we animate them? And so the question that we had was, one, do we go with a 2D like this? Or two, do we go with, a 3D like this, these? Or do we go with a static 2D, depending on perspective and outputs, like this? But the voice training, regardless of the solution, and if I can have anybody from backstage make sure that the audio is carrying along as well, I'll try to play that now.
I'm not hearing anything, Brandon.
Okay. Well, I'll have to provide the files on the event after the fact then, and hopefully we can capture the audio. So this is, I think, one of the StreamYard quirks when it comes to some of the presentation software. But you can see where we are actually modulating and modifying the lip sync. And then if you can imagine, we have the voices attached to it as well. So I'm just going to let this play. In this case, it's something where they're talking about something near and dear to my heart, which is food. So you can see where it's able to tie the streaming audio to the mouth and to the facial elements, which are then rigged in a way where the phoneme sounds and other elements are actually being changed and then processed back out to get the end result in the video. So again, I'm excited. I'll provide the audio and the video version as well after. And then the transparent screens, well, we have those coming in as well, which is very exciting. And so I'm waiting and with anticipation to get my hands on these and to play with these as well, which should be coming in very soon. So that's the other piece. The technology, if we look at the way that this is constructed and how it works, is in this particular instance, we're using for testing an 8 billion parameter version of Llama 3, which is then being connected to OLLAMA. There is a local LLM system, which is using something called OpenWebUI. Then that's connecting to a microphone for that conversation piece. It's processing, and all of those pieces that we talked about earlier of retrieval augmented generation and fine tuning and making sure that we have, what do you call it? The prompt conditioning and the outbound response has been set. And then we have it where it's being run in Unreal Engine 5. And we have the output voices that are coming, the models that are being rigged to get our final result. So I don't want to spoil anything. And so the final launch should be unveiled by the Ashmolean Museum very, very soon. If I want to talk about conclusions, there's a couple. The first is AI is only as good as the people and the technology that wield it. And this includes selection of data, application of complementary technologies that you're going to use and apply, the vision that people have with the construction and building of some of these solutions. One of the things that in the AI conversation or discourse that I think needs to be had more often is that local LLMs continue to grow in practicality. These models are amazing. As we showed, the DeepSeek solution that did the numismatist challenge of identifying the coin, translating it, and all of those other pieces is something that can be used for research or for other uses, depending on the license. So you should look at that as part of your solution suite. If the data doesn't go up to the mothership by another provider as well, they can also be far more private-based solutions, which is a whole other conversation that I don't think we quite have time for. And of course, multimodal AI, it can do more, as you saw, than just input and output text. It's a whole other world. In this particular case, the image at the bottom right here was how we were able to take the statue. The statue was then able to create a 3D model of a person. We were then able to get the skin, which sounds a little bit creepy, but the textures, and then we were able to apply that onto a three-dimensional model as well. Of course, I have to say, visit the Ashmolean. If I had this on a side-by-side basis, it would be much more dramatic and impactful, but that's the other piece. So with 3 minutes left, because I can be a little bit long-winded in this, my name is Brandon Donnelly. You can visit me on LinkedIn. And of course, I would just say that as we're working through all of this with Intellect Horizon, all of this is possible because of everybody here that wants to be a speaker. All of this is possible because of everybody putting in time, effort, energy. and making sure that this is democratized, freely accessible, and available. This to me is very critical and important. And I just want to, of course, finish by thanking Jason here for spending so much time, effort, and energy to make sure that this Meteor meetup and that today's event was a smashing success, as well as everybody else. But Jason has really just done an incredible and fantastic job. So that's what I've got for you. Jason, do you want to pop back in? Any questions?
Yes, actually, we had one coming from the audience. What educational level was the interactivity of the statues designed for?
So because it's a museum, we have to go for the youngest possible demographic to the oldest possible demographic. And one of the really cool pieces of research that's coming out of this is that we're doing, outside of a voice actor or actress, the ability to do age estimation based off of the waveform analysis of the voice. And so we can modulate the prompt response, as we've had some fun pretending to unleash our inner child as a byproduct of that in the responses, so that it'll actually give different complexity responses, literally to a 5-year-old or to a 95-year-old, as an example.
Wow, that's amazing. Another question that's come up: how do you put guardrails on this?
Yeah, so anything that's public facing, this is where we try to break it, and when it goes out to the public, it'll attempt to be broken again, where somebody will try to make it say something inappropriate. This is one of the most common questions, and we give it the ability of the sidestepping. So if it's anything that is maybe would be inappropriate or could be taken out of context or negatively in a overly offensive way, we have it give a, well, that's a great question. Let me tell you about how that connects to this piece of culture, or how that goes to this tradition or this religion, or how we believe in this. So yeah, the ultimate PR misdirection, in an educational and fun way.
Do you see this kind of technology limited to the in-person experience where people will come up to it, or do you see the creation of like parallel virtual museums that provide all the same technology online?
Yeah, so this is one of the conversation topics that we've had as well, which is, how do you truly democratize? How do you make something available, especially when you have parts and things that have been collected by different countries at different times and are being held locally? The exciting part with this is everything that we're doing is one, from the technology being freely available to people that want to create their own and to capture it. We're creating 3D copies of everything, right? And so whilst we have this element that is going to be driven for the in-person exhibit, for that wow factor, if you have the opportunity to join, these 3D models and metahumans and other things can actually stream online as well. And so, as we have this opportunity to create this, I think the byproduct of it is making it so that anybody can have that conversation. Anybody can ask Tacitus about, who did his laundry, or what his thoughts were on this, that, or the other, or when stopping into a papina, what did he like to eat? That should be available, and is, and that's again why the Ashmolean has been such an incredible group that have not only been open, I think, about this, right, but their worldview is, we don't want to gatekeep. We want it to be freely available, and they're driving that vision forward, which is just incredibly exciting to see.
That is fantastic. And again, there's been this recurring theme throughout these various sessions about collaboration and sharing of knowledge and sharing of information and resources. And that's been, baked into the DNA of what you built from the very first Intellect Horizon conference. But it's exciting to see additional organizations, universities, museums, and others get on board with this, because as one of our panelists said, when you share knowledge, you don't lose anything. It's not as if you've cut the knowledge in half. It's a multiplier effect, not a diminishing one.
Yeah, and I just want to add the correction of everybody here who's baked that into the DNA. So, I continue to be moved and amazed by the fact that we're starting to see something incredible, which is open collaboration amongst individuals that are practice experts, not only from academia, but industry, to solve challenges, to proliferate knowledge, and squash misinformation, to enable people to have the confidence, I think, as you said, and everybody else, reduce that friction and take the first leap, take that first step, because it's not that scary. And that's the exciting part to all of this.
Absolutely. Let's continue that conversation, extending into one of our friends and partners. We're going to hear from Alexandra Cartrell, who is a lawyer. She's actually head of legal at EMEA Cloudera. She is a lawyer, assessor for Cambridge University's Institute for Sustainability Leadership, non-exec director, mentor, and coach, and has a real interest in ethical issues associated with AI and how that plays out. So we're going to have an opportunity to hear from her, and then she will also then join us with our final roundtable discussion as we consider issues of career planning. For what does this all mean for people as they're looking for jobs or looking to change jobs? So Brandon, would you like to? Nope, I guess I'll do it. Kick off Alexander.
Hello, my name is Alexandra Gartrell, and I am delighted to be able to talk to you today about navigating AI ethics. A little bit about me to start with. I am a mother, a leader, and a lawyer, and have worked in the technology, media, and communications sectors for some 20 plus years now. I very much enjoy mentoring and coaching, and look after a team of lawyers across Europe, Middle East, and Africa for Cloudera. I also work very closely with our CTO, Christopher Royals, who is also speaking today. We have a significant number of customers across many sectors who are leveraging AI, driving efficiencies, and benefiting from many cost savings. Indeed, within Cloudera, we utilize AI even in the legal function. So without further delay, let me talk about what I'm going to cover. So with the ability to optimize logistics, detect fraud, create art, conduct research, provide translations, AI systems are very much transforming our lives. And I hope that would be for the better. However, as these systems advance in what has been an almost boundless landscape of AI, this is very much a frontier for ethics, compliance, and risk management. So the aim of this presentation is to highlight some of the areas you might like to focus on from an ethical perspective, and some practical steps you might take in order to ensure compliance with legislation, with the requirements of the EU AI Act, which will come into force over a period of approximately 6 to 36 months, but also to protect your organisation from potential risk, both reputationally and from a financial perspective. So to begin with, I'll talk a little bit about what is meant by ethics. It can mean different things to different people. So it's very important that as an organisation, you make it clear what your organisation deems that to mean. Then I would like to cover the human touch. We all have many people working in our companies, and so the benefit that can be derived from fostering an open culture of providing feedback and insights and innovation from those diverse viewpoints, I think, is one of the most critical things and important things we can do. Any lawyer's presentation would not be complete without some fear-mongering. What could possibly go wrong? This isn't an EU AI Act presentation, but I will take a brief look as it's important to do so. And then finally, I'll cover some practical steps that you might find useful. So what does ethics mean? To each individual, it can be construed very differently. And I've just shared 3 dictionary definitions so that you can see how there is a difference of meaning and understanding. There are nuances within the definition of ethics. But ultimately, it is understood to be doing the right thing. But because it is open to interpretation, I will walk through those practical steps, particularly as technology moves at such a fast pace. We're going to need to be agile and adaptable with our policies and procedures because we will be updating them. There's no doubt about that. So what do I mean about the human touch? Why is the human element so very important in relation to AI? Well, from my personal perspective, human beings are integral, not only to the development of AI systems, but also ensuring human oversight. People are responsible for making sure that they're using the right data sources, along with protecting privacy. We have GDPR obligations, the General Data Protection Regulation, for those that haven't heard of it, although I'm sure those are few and far between. And also ensuring intellectual property rights are preserved. So my recommendation is that every company has such a diverse workforce with diverse viewpoints that we can tap into to help support our compliance programs. And garnering that diverse participation at all stages of your AI implementation, from planning to review, is key. So what could possibly go wrong? Without wishing to put too much fear and trepidation amongst today's audience, it is incumbent upon me to point out that there are a number of risks to consider, some of which we are already aware since it's being increasingly reported in the press. Because AI is being used not only by corporations, but by criminals. We are witnessing an acceleration of fraud. And in fact, it is likely you are aware of someone who may have been subject to a scam like credit card fraud or identity theft or phishing. You may have seen a couple of months ago, according to the Hong Kong police, that a finance worker for a multinational firm was tricked into paying a significant sum of money to fraudsters who had used deep fake technology to pose as the company's chief financial officer during a video conference call. The criminals put together a rather elaborate scam where the tricked employee thought there were several members of staff on the video conference, but they were in fact deep fake recreations. Every attendee was in fact fake. So despite this employee having initially been suspicious about being asked to participate in a secret transaction, the employee had been reassured by the fact that colleagues had attended who looked and sounded like colleagues he recognized. And because he believed everyone else on the call was real, he was tricked into processing a payment of $25 million US. Whilst I know this is a deeply alarming example, it beautifully illustrates the need to have policies and procedures that are made available to employees and that they know to reject any attempt to deviate from them, even if that means being invited onto a video conference with the chief financial officer. In fact, this example might make us all update our policies and put in place another way of verification, as we've seen with two-factor authentication. So what about the EU AI Act? It's very similar in comparison to GDPR that I mentioned earlier, in that it has extraterritorial reach. So if you are located outside of the EU, but you are, let's take an example of recruiting within the EU, and you're using AI to screen candidates, then the Act will apply to you. Again, if you're deploying AI systems within the EU, it will apply. So it is aimed as a regulatory framework to govern the development and use of AI technologies within the European Union. It aims to establish clear rules and standards for AI systems, ensuring they're safe and transparent and adhere to ethical principles. So it categorizes systems into different risk levels, outlines specific requirements, such as data quality, transparency, and human oversight that I mentioned earlier. It also includes provisions for enforcement. And so it's really important, if you think about the potential fines that exist under GDPR, there could be a layering up of fines when you think about the potential failure to comply with the EU AI Act. And so what are the practical steps that you can take? You may find that you have already got a pretty robust compliance program within your organization, given that there's other regulation out there. I think GDPR was slightly different because there was privacy legislation in existence prior to its rolling out. And so the EU AI Act is very, very new. But it is key that we prepare the way for compliant and safe procurement and deployment of AI systems. So what are the things you might consider? Firstly, identify some key roles. You might want to have AI champions within each of your functions so that when individual departments are having their own meetings, they are keeping AI ethics at the forefront of their minds, along with all the other obligations they have around data privacy, protecting intellectual property rights, etc. Within Cloudera, we have an AI working group and an AI committee. And so you might want to have a committee that is made up of individuals in key departments, legal, finance, operations, your data protection officer, HR, for example. The list goes on. And perhaps consider a charter for your committee so that you understand what topics you're going to be covering. Meet regularly, plan ahead, and be ready to be flexible. As I said earlier, more legislation is likely to follow with what's called the Brussels effect. And check your policies and procedures. You might need to write some new ones. Make sure that you are assigning owners, allocate who's responsible for carrying out those procedures. And don't forget to cross-refer them against supporting policies and the procedures that underpin them. It's very important when you write a policy that it reflects reality and that the procedure that sits behind that works, it's functional. What other policies might you consider? Well, I would strongly urge you to have an AI acceptable use policy, an AI register so that you are tracking the usage within your organization, and potentially consider the adaptation of your other policies, where there might be a crossover with privacy policies. So you might want to consider having some kind of matrix so you know which policy is dependent upon another one. Regular internal communications and trainings are fundamental. By this very event today, you can see there are many different ways you can educate, train, and communicate with your workforce. And so it is critical that you have organizations, everyone within the organization, informed so that everyone understands what their roles and responsibilities are and where the boundaries lie. And as I said before, creating that open forum for communication is so important. And if you have a feedback loop, it's very key to have your leadership filter down the ethical program, but ultimately you do want to hear back from all these skilled people that you have hired. And then finally, be ready to adjust. More regulation is coming, and so we will have to be flexible and adaptable in terms of updating our compliance programs. Thank you for listening today. If you'd like to find out more about Cloudera, there's a link you can follow below.
Thank you, Alexandra. And it's good to see you.
Good to see you too. I hope I haven't sent everyone to sleep with a compliance topic at the end of a long session.
No, it's okay. I think so.
Is it ethical? That's the question.
That's
to do
right.
that. Get them at the start.
So what we wanted to do is just spend a few minutes talking about career planning in the world of AI. And we'll thought it would just be a way of sort of recapping what we've heard before and also looking ahead. And I think, Alexandra, the end of your presentation where you said, be ready to adjust is wise counsel, because we're in an industry, we're in an environment that's changing fairly significantly.
Absolutely.
So let me, again, briefly introduce Alexandra Gartrell, a lawyer, one of the good ones, from Cloudera. Bill Brown, professor, researcher, scholar at Regent University. Brandon Donnelly, founder, chairman of the board, CEO, wizard, all grand things, Intellect Horizon.
Janitor.
We're all part of the greater Brandon Donnelly cinematic universe. But so, look, let's talk. Just even among the four of us, we educate people, we hire people, we train people, we let people go, we reorganize, we start companies, we end companies. What do people need to do now? Like,
Well,
the whole world shifting around them, and from students to working professionals, people are going, what does this all mean? What do I have to do to position myself now?
I'd say before we lay into AI, we'd let AI present a defensive posture. So I just asked Chat AI, should I fear that AI will replace my job? And here's the response. The rapid advancement of AI technology does raise concerns about automation and potential job displacement. However, it's also important to remember that AI is meant to complement human capabilities, not replace them entirely. Many experts believe that jobs will evolve rather than disappear, with more emphasis placed on tasks that require human creativity, emotional intelligence, and critical thinking. By staying adaptable, enhancing your skills, and being open to learning new technologies, you can position yourself for success in a world where AI is increasingly integrated into various industries. I think AI was just summarizing some of our panel discussions.
Well, may I add to that? I mean, I like the response. I think it's very accurate.
Yeah.
With the pace of AI implementation, corporate needs are going to have to keep up with that, and roles are going to be changing. I certainly think, we've all heard about the fact that it's not going to be one job for life anymore. I've been a lawyer for a very long time, and perhaps I wouldn't think about changing my role, but I think for the generations coming through, they will have several different careers. And so it's making sure they've got the breadth and depth of skills necessary to change and adapt and be agile. So, I think that's key. And how do we go about that? Well, we want to have these sort of interdisciplinary programs, making sure that you combine AI with different fields like business and legal and other functions, healthcare, that we've heard a lot from different sectors today, and making sure that academia and the corporations are talking to one another. You've got that that feedback loop that I love to talk about so much, making sure that we're able to respond in terms of how we're educating, what we're educating. And so I certainly think we're going to see more events like this. Thank you, Brandon. these micro events where there's this sharing of information and knowledge and understanding to a wide audience is just fantastic. Absolutely delighted to be a part of this. But so those I think are some of the things I know we're going to need to do more of that, more of these industry links. And in terms of the knowledgeable people that we've heard from today, making sure that we give back. In terms of what I do, I love coaching, I love mentoring, I love helping the next round of lawyers on their journey and through qualification and beyond. I think it's really important that every sector does that, so that we aren't keeping the information and the knowledge and the experience in our heads, and we're getting it out there. And I think AI will definitely help with that.
Yeah, no, I mean 100%. And one of the interesting things, and apologies to everybody that's asked questions. So for Linda King, if you're out there in the audience, you asked not just about Claude versus OpenAI, but something that was particularly interesting, which is the concerns of business owners and how disruption will affect them in their businesses. And you added on business schools in general. So I'm going to use that as a convenient way to co-opt an answer and reference you by saying that both AI have their own strengths and weaknesses, but relative to what people have to learn, what they have to know, and the risk and peril that folks have within the business world and environment, we are now living in a time in humanity where individuals have the same technology as multinational corporations. As Sanjay likes to say, right, anybody and everybody can literally throw a hand grenade of innovation and take bites out of market share from these large organizations. And so that is a need of now when it comes to experts who actually know and can practice and apply AI, not just on the side of business or technology, but on business adoption. When we talk about where the technology is going to drive us, lead us, and enable us to be successful as an individual, right, human flourishing, it's going to require one, right, why we're all here, continuing learning, knowledge, and education. And number two, it's going to require that we have a flexibility of mind. I take, right, what Alexandra was saying, this idea of wanting to kind of, adapt with things, because throughout history, we've been taught that you should narrowly work on something and you go to school and then you do that thing, and it would be respectable if after 40 years you retired from the same company, right? Now, AI is going with narrow AI. Ooh, that looks like a really expensive problem, right? Let's solve it. And now something that would take, in the case of numismatists, a decade to learn the nuance and technology of, well, we've just solved that problem in 30 seconds, right? And so this is the democratization piece, but that's also the fact that you're going to have the need of next. And the need of next is going to be whatever the next iteration, the next leapfrog is. So there's going to be really big winners, incredibly large losers, and being flexible, open, and receptive to continually learning and growing as an individual is the key to success, in my own opinion.
So how do people make sure that they're in the winners camp and not the losers camp?
Well, you're in the winners camp as far as I'm concerned right now, being here. So that's knowledge. Knowledge provides context, perspective, and information. And I think one of the most prolific things that has been said about AI and this new era that we're entering into is that in an era of answers, how do we ask the right questions? So it's about having the curiosity of, elementary, my dear Watson, having that curiosity of mind to be able to witness, observe, and ask the right questions.
Jason, in one of the articles I referenced in my panel by two scholars in the UK, They, when they were looking at integrating AI effectively into organizations, this was the article by Deborah Leff and Kenneth Lim. They concluded their article by saying, the successful integration requires, and I'll quote them, a cultural change mindset. And both Alexandra and Brandon just referred to that. So a cultural change mindset. So we have to really change the way we're thinking, because AI is so much more than a tool. It's a new way of living, a new way of doing things, and we have to. You said, how do we get in the winning side? First, recognizing that it's not we're not just adding a tool, where we have to really change the way we're thinking about the way we do things.
I think that's really key, William, in terms of roles are not going to look the same. The roles that we're all doing, as a lawyer, in terms of, the fact that you can do search and summarization of documentation, that's, taking out perhaps the first couple of hours of your morning, where you can just jump to the very next step, which is, oh, actually, I might want to populate a document here. And again, that can be an automated process. And so you're taking yourself further down the road, giving the lawyer's example, straight to negotiation. And then, again, that can be replaced. So it's making sure that whatever role you're in now, or whatever role you're seeking to, if you're a student, I hope there's a lot of students on here today listening and learning about AI in the future. But it's making sure that what you're studying, what you're doing now, you're going to future-proof that. And the ways that you future-proof that are attending events like today, having that open mindset, that continual learning, finding joy in that learning process, and not finding it, a slog of, the pressure of an exam or a project, but actually, and that's incumbent on all of us here today. How do we inject that enthusiasm into learning, that lifelong learning journey? And I think, Brandon's presentation earlier about the Ashmolean, they're going to be inundated. People will be running in droves to learn in this new way. And I think that's fantastic. But having that growth mindset, having an acceptance that what you might be doing today is not what you're going to be doing next year. And not being afraid of that, not being fearful of that change, seeking out, I talk about mentors and coaches, but finding the people around you within your context, within your, educational environment, or within your workforce, who's doing something interesting. Talk to them about it, ask them questions, be curious. I heard that mentioned a few times on the earlier sessions today about, being curious about, your own environment and the future. It's incredibly exciting, but I do think, there is going to be this lag with the technology, the advancement. How can we make sure that education keeps up with that? We're going to be continually reviewing regularly curricula, making sure they reflect upon the needs of, what's in the job market, what's going to be in the job market. What do those roles look like?
And one of the great things about the nature of AI itself is it forces us to be innovative. When you think about it, it forces us to ask questions like, oh, okay, I didn't think of that before. Wow, I remember an early journalist, just about maybe 6 months ago, when he was just testing AI for one of the big news agencies, says, okay, how do I plan a birthday party for a 12-year-old? And the suggestions from AI were amazingly creative. And it's like, wow, I never thought of that. I know, and so it just causes us to be innovative, because it's collecting ideas from many different people all over. And then presenting those to us and then causing us to reflect upon those. So, when we talk about innovation, the very nature of AI is prompts innovation in all of us, and that's a really, really hopeful thing, I believe, about using
I
AI.
like what you did there, prompting innovation. Hey, but more explicitly, right? I think the exciting part to all of this is we're in a brand new arena. We're in a land of novel discovery, right? It's like the smartphone is coming out for the first time, right? I would say the Google Glass, but maybe that's not the right topic, right? One day, just not today.
Probably not.
But we're in this space where if you can think it, you can create it, where it's changing, where it's fast paced, where there's no expert, right? That, as Linda was asking, I don't know why I'm picking on Linda. She seems very lovely. But as Linda was saying, how is it that a business school can cope? Well, imagine if you have a degree in marketing, right? And you just got the MBA and you're doing really well. And it's like, but now you have the practical knowledge of the basics, but AI is now doing 10x, 100x, 1000x, right? What you were able to do. And so is that sort of a byproduct? You have to question, how is it that we're coping with the recency and relevancy of knowledge, right? The 4-year degree, the 6-year degree, the 8-year degree. How much, now that our society, now that the way that we look at technology and the way that we interact with things is keeping well for 8 years, right? I don't think it's not a lot, right? You have something that the rate and space and pace of change is now. It's in a week, it's in 2 weeks, it's in 3 weeks. It's not in 1 decade, 10 decades, right? So again, it's about serving the need of now, positioning and going on, as Matthew was saying, that continuing relationship with learning that you should have in any which way, no matter what platform. It's that mindset, that perspective. And then it's about, not breaking, but bending with the change, right? As a surfer would say, go with the flow. I will not do it in the Cali guy voice, but just use your imagination. And the final part of it is, I think the most prolific and exciting part for me is that it's an opportunity to reinvent yourself, right? Because there's brand new jobs that are being created, right? I heard spark joy. This is the Marie Kondo moment of, does your program spark joy? Academically, no, get rid of it. Does my job spark? Get rid. You're able to then find a path that works for you, and go down it in a way that you can self-actualize, which is exciting.
Let's build on that point. I'm reminded when you were talking about the degrees, again, to get very practical for people. I think a lot of us, we all have advanced degrees among this panel. And I think a lot of us in our experience is kind of like the discussion in The Wizard of Oz with the Scarecrow, where, the issue isn't like, things, but what these other people have that you don't is a diploma. And so the wizard, issues a diploma to the Scarecrow as the marker that validates the knowledge that the Scarecrow has. And credentialing it has been a huge aspect of certainly higher education. The push for, college for all, at least in the United States, was based on a lot of research that people who had college degrees were financially better off, healthier, more prosperous, arguably flourishing more than people without. And even though the world has shifted, when universities were invented, information was scarce, and you had to go to universities or churches or libraries to find the information. Now we're in an era of information abundance, and many universities found ways of continuing primarily because they were able to issue the credentials that people needed to get into jobs. Is that going to continue? I mean, if you're a student now, should you be looking at traditional credentials? Should you be taking the opportunity to reinvent and say, we're past that now? I can, as long as I learn and show that I can do good work, I don't need to get the credentials. How do what do we do with that? They're out there. Are they the gateway to successful careers? Are they passé? Are we in a transition state? Where are we with this whole credentialing issue?
Of course, we have in the history of entrepreneurship, so many of our entrepreneurial heroes are those that dropped out of college and started their own company. So they didn't need the credentials, obviously. We have institutions, and institutional change comes more slowly. And I'll just pick on law, Alexandra. In our country, we have the American Bar Association. Very, very powerful organization that moderates what they do in law schools across the country. They are a very powerful entity that affects every area of our government. They're not going away. They legislate, and they have a lot of power in legislation and so forth. So I don't see credentialing, let's say, from those institutions, instantly changing. They're going to continue to, enforce their power in how, law schools, educate students across our own country. And I know other countries have their own organizations like that. So we have these institutions that wield a lot of power, that are not wanting to giving up their power. And credentialing is one way of maintaining power, because people need this piece of paper. Not everyone, obviously, as our many entrepreneurs show us, but it still means a lot. And so I don't see that going away anytime soon.
No, I'd agree with that point, William. In terms of, some of depends on what you want to do. Do you want to be a surgeon? Well, clearly there is a period of time in which you need to learn those skills and be taught a lot of information and learn a lot of information. And so the same with, being a lawyer, and there are certain skills you need to learn, and that does build up over time. But I think there are certainly ways that you can augment your learning, broadening, to that point I made earlier about having a broader skill set. And that might be things that you can tag on to that credentialed form of education. I don't know. Any other thoughts on that?
So
Brandon, you can speak from experience, because you've started many companies.
That's right.
And there's few people with more degrees than you now. So.
Oh gosh, no.
Yeah.
So there's three comments. The first is, guys, I'm happy to say Linda is watching. She has left a comment, and she said thank you. So listen, Linda, thank you for being on, and everybody else. My LinkedIn is broken right now, so I can only see random comments and pop-ups. That attraction or tangent aside, what I would say is two pieces, right? The first is, I see degrees as the death certificate of your former education, right? The date of expiry is the date that you graduated, right? The conferral date. And that's something to consider. Why is it a static, I learned a thing and now I never need to learn ever again in my life? It's silly to think that, especially in today's environment that we're living within. And I think the second part, credentialing, when we're talking about the mechanisms of power. I'll use what Paul, who's the curator of the ancient Roman Etruscans at the Ashmolean, said, which is Rome was built on weights and measures, which is exactly what credentials are. They're weights and they're measures, and it's applied friction of generalized knowledge to reduce risk. The legal among us would probably, right? It's okay, we can tick off that box. And the question is, this was a conversation had among several directors at Oxford and somebody from Google, and he said, in a very nice way, our credential at Google, if you want a job in AI or cloud computing, is more valuable than your Oxford degree. Discuss. It's a very uncomfortable conversation, and I bring that up because we have to have those conversations. We have to have those talks, which is non-linear, dynamic ways of showing capability, capacity, and ability, not just to change, but to know and to grow. I'm really not trying to alliterate quite so much, but the whole point of that is to show that willingness, that collaboration with yourself and others to pick up new things, to solve new things, and to tackle challenges as they get thrown at you and us collectively as well.
So if I'm hearing everyone, there are industries that are regulated such that the credential is the entry point, and we could debate whether that will always be the case. But if you want to be a lawyer, if you want to be a medical doctor, there are fields that you must earn the credential in order to gain access. So somebody, if that's their passion, that's where they want to go career-wise, whether they think it's the best way of learning, it is the way that they need to pursue in order to get into the door. So that's one group of options. And people, unless they want to make it their cause to try to upend that, if they want to upend legal education and access to the legal domain, more power to them. But if they want to become a lawyer,
they do, by the way. In fact, if you look at Google Next, education was there. Andrew Ng, you mentioned, Deep Learning Academy. Education and healthcare have crosshairs on it, and legal is already starting to get converted as we speak. Sorry, carry on.
Yes, and legal, I think it was the Goldman Sachs report, one of the ones that was talking about how AI is going to take different percentages of jobs. I mean, one of the brilliant concepts, and we've heard this before, that if you think of a job as a bucket full of tasks rather than a single entity, and then you start figuring out which of those tasks can either be automated by AI or augmented. I think the legal profession was like 44% of all task-related functions right now were transformational or automatable or changed by, doable by AI. So we right now, you need credentials for certain fields. For other fields, it's not that you need the credential to gain access, but companies have often used the credential as a way of just reducing their screening time. But Brandon, you made the point that you want to be able to show to others that you have these capabilities, and so if in the past, the way that a employer decided that you had the skills was you have this degree, what are other ways that people can demonstrate that, apart, either in addition to traditional credentials or apart from traditional credentials? How do they make themselves stand out? How do they get through the AI-powered application processing systems and get their foot in those doors that they want to?
Is it going to be my AI is talking to your AI? I think that's, I instead of a regular application, because the ATS systems aren't difficult enough, we're then going to have to do retrieval augmented generation to give a deep fake interview to a fake AI recruiter And then only then when we get flown out and we appear in person. But then wait, what happens when the AI version of us that we created got the job and we didn't? It's a little awkward. You know, one of the amazing things, and that I have a lot of recruiter, maybe it's getting a little hot in here, right? But what's actually happening? Business is still a very human sort of a process. So maybe in this age of AI, we need to bring the I back in, right? And we need to connect genuinely and authentically, and not just be a tapestry of responses or a tapestry of tasks.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there are, not wishing to pick on the lawyer role, but there are other elements to everyone's job. And having emotional intelligence, being able to interpret things and advise on things in a nuanced way, to be able to explain, to influence. So there are still a lot of human elements to every role that will remain. And so, certainly through this sort of transition period, or this, this hyperscaling period of bringing in AI, there is going to be, I think, the benefit between AI augmenting roles. And so, back to the skill set point of view, you've got to be able to look at your role and go, okay, I know some of what I'm doing today will be gone. I won't be doing that anymore. I'm not going to have to keep responding to repetitive queries. That is absolutely something that can be, eliminated. And so, being that broken record of saying the same thing over and over again to many different people will be gone. And so that I actually think that there will be a greater level of enjoyment in the role that remains. You'll be getting into more complex topics. You'll be getting onto more nuanced areas, and perhaps developing more of that creative side to what you do, more of that sort of lateral thinking, alternative approaches. So I think it's exciting. I think a lot of that is still unknown as yet, and will evolve over the coming months and years. But I don't want to frighten our audience too much into thinking that there are no career opportunities available to them. I think there are. They're just going to look slightly different to how they look today.
Also, Jason, I think the process of credentialing has some benefits that aren't going to go away soon. In preparing for this conference, one of the articles I came across, a couple colleagues in Italy, Andrea Sestino and Andrea De Mauro from Taranto and Rome. And they published an article in Technology Analysis and Strategic Management. And one of the things they found in their research is they said that the rapid development of AI business applications has created disorganized knowledge. I thought that was very perceptive. And disorganized knowledge. So they said, one of our needs is developing skills to help people to integrate people and AI in synergetic ecosystems. So when you think of the process of credentialing, what does that do? They help organize knowledge. And we're still going to have that need, because so more and more knowledge out there, if it's not organized, can just add to more confusion. So somebody has to organize knowledge, and that's going to have to be people with the help of AI. And then someone's going to have to decide, because there's so much out there, hey, these are critical things these are critical skills you need to have. These are critical things you need to be able to do. You need to be able to learn how to work in a synergetic ecosystem. What does that mean? And so forth. So I see those credentialing agencies still being important, but they're going to have to innovate, obviously, in response to the growth of AI in organizations.
I love that.
Sorry, Brandon, go ahead.
I was just going to say, You should, and in about 3 minutes, a AI version of me will actually be able to weigh in on everybody's responses as well. So
Oh,
real-time innovation.
Love it.
can't
I
wait.
mean, go ahead. One of the other things that people get in an experience is mentoring, and this has come out in a number of different facets today. That the human connection is critical. That it's not just about you and a machine. So whether you are looking at alternative ways of pursuing education or just as part of that ongoing adaptive, being flexible, riding the wave, how can people find mentoring relationships that can help them in their personal and professional lives?
No, I'm here because of my mentors at the University of Southern California. That I was just so privileged to have. One of my mentors was Everett M. Rogers, who wrote The Diffusion of Innovations, who was the Walter H. Annenberg Scholar, endowed scholar at the University of Southern California, who is one of the more foremost scholars in the world on innovation and social change and so forth. And he created the opportunity for me to develop a relationship with him. So the educators have to create those spaces where their students are invited into mentoring relationships. It's hard to force your way into those relationships as a student, but you do have to look for them and ask for them. And you're right. You're right, Jason. Those are key relationships, and it works both ways, because not only is the mentor having an influence in changing the life of the one being mentored, but vice versa. As I told you with my student Stephen, when he said, "Bill, you have to come to Tanzania. You need to visit my village, and I want to show you where I grew up. I want to take you to the tree where we met for the first 2 years of my educational experience, which was a big, huge tree, open, open, no classrooms, no room, no building. Just we met under a tree, and here's where we began learning. And that obviously changed me as a mentor, as well as changing him. And that's the beauty of those relationships.
Yeah, I think, and Jason, that those connections are so important, because we talk about being able to automate a lot of processes, augment them, but the human experience is very difficult to convey. That data that we all hold, information in our minds, it's not in a database. It can't just be tapped upon. And so I think, those one-to-one sessions and seeking out people, when I talk to students, I always say, look, find that person that you admire or you're interested in, or you think they're doing something that interests you, and asks them. That first person you ask may say no, but they might be able to put you in touch with somebody else. And so I think it is having that inquiring mind, not being afraid of rejection, because when someone says no to you, it's they aren't really rejecting it. Maybe they're busy. But I think looking for those connections, and for those of us who are later stage in our career, it's really important that we give back and make those opportunities available to other, and keep doing events like today that Brandon's put together. It's just a phenomenal way to get a lot of information out to a huge number of people, and that's just the best.
Yeah, I was going to say, out of everybody here, the three of you are probably the most passionate about this one, which is effectively right. One, we need to recognize that incoming generations are really in a time of disruption, and that they're going to need all the help that they can get. I need all the help I can get just to get out of bed typically. So, I mean, I can't even imagine for them, right? I think the other part of it is for those that are on the hunt or seeking advice, it's about having to be extroverted in this case, unfortunately. There's new platforms that I hear may be coming out to address this soon. There are, LinkedIn, which has driven a lot of people to connect together. But this is also one of the opportunities of outside of the events, the places for schools to provide knowledge, to provide access, and to provide, I think, what we're all getting at is connection, right? That's what we're really looking for out of all of this. And if we can achieve that, if we can try to break down barriers and remove objections and say, right, what is it that you need to thrive, to succeed, to flourish, right? If I may say the title of the film, as they say, or the event, that's, I think, the next goal, the next step. And I'm also happy to say on the credentialing side, whenever you guys are ready, the AI has already been trained, and I have a much more chipper, excited, and probably slightly psychotic voice as well.
Let's close out with it. Sounds great.
So, Jason, I just add real quickly, the greatest success stories I know, among students and also those working in organizations, it's just having a servant heart and attitude. And I would say, go, if you're a student, go to your professors, go and just say, hey, is there any way I can help? Is there any research project I can get involved in, or any way I can help in teaching or creating something, or in your organization? What can I do that would help move our organization forward? And leaders are looking for those kinds of people, and that's how you can create opportunities. It's just by putting yourself in a position where, hey, I am here to serve. I'm here to serve my organization. I'm here to serve, and let me know what I can do. And those open opportunities.
And I think the same goes for leadership, doesn't it? Having that high impact leadership mindset and being a servant leader, collaborating, coaching, with the people that you work with.
Absolutely.
Authenticity, giving back, and the whole, I keep picking on her. It's not intentional. She said that whilst certain tasks and consuming certain things provide dopamine or what do you call it? Other sorts of chemical releases in your brain. One of the ones that give back the most is, it was something at like 3 o'clock in the morning when we were having the conversation. So I don't remember which of the ones it is, so I don't want to misquote because I have academics about, but it actually releases a hormone and creates a chemical reaction in your brain that is pleasurable, right? And the example that she used is, I'm not donating $1,000, I'm donating my time. When you can feel the tactility, the weight, and the impact of your actions, that benefits you, but then also you're able to understand and contextualize and take that into the practice of all that you do as well. She used a couple of different
It might be dopamine, Brandon.
No, it wasn't dopamine. I thought it was oxytocin, which has other thoughts that people are aware of, but I could be wrong. I digress. Let me play what this. It's going to give people nightmares, and it's a little too used car salesman in sound. But let's see what happens, guys. Of rapid innovation of AI in response to credentialing.
Redefine job qualifications by focusing on practical skills through real-world assessments rather than traditional credentials. By analyzing comprehensive data like work samples and peer reviews, AI can ensure a fairer, bias-reduced recruitment process. This shift encourages a culture that values continuous learning and adaptability, aligning with the evolving demands of the workforce.
I don't even know what to say to that, but it's both disturbing and I hate it, but it's probably better sounding than my own voice if you ever hear your own voice, right, when you're talking. So there you go.
I guess we can close out on that uncanny valley. Again, just really appreciate each one of you, and the wisdom that you bring and the passion that you bring to this. And again, even wrapping this up, if there's a theme in this, it's being able to not only continue to learn and to grow and to be flexible, to bend and not break, but to do it in relationship, to do it in community. That human flourishing involves humans. It involves each other. And we always need to keep that at the center of what we're doing, lest we end up dehumanizing people and replacing them as functions rather than as valuable humans. So, Alexandra, Bill, Brandon, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And thank you for
Thank you.
contributing to this amazing event.
And Jason, thank you, because without you herding us cats, there would be no event. And you put in a lot of time, effort, and energy. And again, we couldn't be here without you. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank all of you that joined us. We really appreciated you being with us and your many responses and so forth. We're encouraged that you showed up, and we hope we've been able to contribute something valuable to you.
And to that, I'll also just say, because we broke it all, I'm still working through everything, but there's, I think, over 1,000 comments that have come in that my inbox is still broken. I think they thought I was a bot or spam or something like that. So, but I'll share that with all of the speakers as well. Again, thank you guys. Jason, thank you.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, everyone.
All
until
right.
next time.
Okay.
We'll see you. Bye.
Bye now.
Mm.